Shalom, everybody. Welcome to another class today, Sabbath class. Hope everybody's Shabbat is doing well. Let me see. Yeah, here we go. Once again, Shalom Bachar. I'm sorry, not Bachar, but Daniela. Shalom Adam. Shalom everybody online. Hope everybody's doing well today. Today we're going to hit our Sabbath class as normal, as usual. Shalom to everybody, isbhpk Houston, isbhpk Virginia, the brothers in Rochester. Hope everybody's doing good out there, fighting their battles, growing. Shalom Akar, what's happening with you? Okay, so we're gonna get started today. Running a little late, but we'll be all right. Imagine this thing going real quick. Okay. Baruch Atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, Natan Lanawam, Awar, Zayawam, Thawada, Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it. Baruch Atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, Hahawa'ah, Natan Lanawam, Rayach, Nayachacha, Thawada, Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim, rise and face Jerusalem. Baruch Atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai,
Baruch Atah Yahweh Hashem Yahushai,
Hahawa'ah, Natan Lanawam, HaShabbat, Bashalom,
Thawada,
Aman.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it. Psalms 121. Anashya, Ayanyamya, Al, Aharyam, Ma'ayah, Yabu'ah, Izariah, Yabu'ah, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'aratazah, La'ah, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shashamariyah, Hana, Yala'ah, Nawam, Wala'ah, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yasharala, Yahweh, Shemaria, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayel, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashamash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Makal, Rai, Yashamar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashamar, Hawalakia, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'aid, Iwalam. Amen. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thee from going out, and the Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharim.
Shema Yasharim.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayanawa.
Allahayanawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yasharim.
Shema Yasharim.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayanawa.
Allahayanawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Shema Yasharim.
Shema Yasharim.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayanawa.
Allahayanawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Echad.
Echad.
Hear Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malakwavka.
Malakwaka.
Taba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Razaka.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Barataza.
Barataza.
Kawak.
Kawak.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Bashemayim.
Bashemayim.
Natalanawa.
Natalanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Kol.
Kol.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Wasalachanawa.
Wasalakanawa.
Chawatinawa.
Chawatinawa.
Kasalachanawa.
Kasalakanawa.
Chawatinawa.
Chawatinawa.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Fabianawa.
Fabianawa.
Banasai 1.
Parmesan 1.
Abo.
Abo.
Hawashinawa.
Hawashinawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Hamalakwa.
Hamalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Wa'ala.
Wathaparat.
Watapara.
La'aya Walamya.
Wa'ayalonia.
Amen.
Amen.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ah Yahaya.
La'ah Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahaya.
Alahaya.
Achaya.
Ahari.
Aya.
Al.
Panya.
Panya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Number 2. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tha'ina.
Ta'ina.
Laka.
Laka.
Pasah.
Pasah.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Tha'ibada.
Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them. Number 3. La'ah.
La'ah.
Thalachwa.
Talaqwa.
Thalachwacha.
Talaqwa.
Sham.
Son.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Basawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain. Number 4. Zakar.
Zakor.
Hayawam.
Halawam.
Hashabbat.
Hashabat.
Lakwadashwa.
Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Number 5. Kabad Abaka.
Kaba Abaka.
Ya'amaka.
Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother. Number 6. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tharatazak.
Tharatazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder. Number 7. La'ah.
La'ah.
Thana'ah.
Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery. Number 8. La'ah.
La'ah.
Thaganah.
Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal. Number 9. La'ah.
La'ah.
Tha'inah.
Ta'inah.
Shakwar.
Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Number 10. La'ah.
La'ah.
Thachamad.
Tahamad.
Kol.
Kol.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Lara'aika.
Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's. Change out these codes real quick. Okay. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Lethalanawa.
Lethalanawa.
Hatha Wara.
Hata Ora.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law. Israel Yeshavim. Alright. Slakia. Alrighty. Now we can get rolling. Let's go.
Ma'awala, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Ma'awala, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Yahawada, Ban Yasharala. Amajim. Rock. Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai Barakatah.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai Barakatah.
Alright. It's burning weird today. What's going on? Numbers chapter 8 is where we're starting.
Numbers chapter 8, verse 1.
1 second. It is Numbers chapter 8, and it is verse 1 to start. I just want to make sure that I'm ready. First of all, shoot. Goddamn kitchen up is cooking like crazy. No, this is good. I love this burn. But all right, we're ready now.
Come.
Numbers chapter 8. So what we're dealing with, leading up to Numbers 8, the Most High was numbering Israel. Obviously, He was numbering the armies. He was preparing the temple, the tabernacle, I should say. He consecrated the tabernacle, and now He also set up all the divisions of the Levites and the transportation of the tabernacle and everything inside of it. He was getting everything set up with transportation. Everything was getting set up with logistics of getting from Mount Sinai to the land of Canaan. The expectation was, after 2 years, or a year in Sinai, I would say, they were a year in Sinai, and the expectation was to leave Sinai and go straight to the land of Canaan to get what was promised to them. The Most High didn't anticipate to stretch out this experience in the wilderness for as long as it ended up turning out to be. The expectation was that we all leave Sinai under Moses' leadership. The Most High was getting all the specifics about transportation, the armies, the structure of the government, the structure of the Levitical priesthood. Seeing all that set up for the shot to take out the Canaanites. And this is where we're at right now. Okay? So, give me Numbers chapter 8, verse 1.
Come. Numbers chapter 8 and verse 1 reads, And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron, and say unto him, When thou lightest the lamps, the 7 lamps shall give light over against the candlestick.
So he's explaining about the candlestick in the actual holy place inside the tabernacle. And the light was supposed to be positioned to actually lighten up the actual candlestick itself. It wasn't about brightening out the surrounding area of the tabernacle. The purpose of the candlestick was to light inwardly, to let the candlestick shine, the golden candlestick shine. So the wicks and the lights were positioned inwardly so that the inward candlestick could pop, versus the lights being shined outwardly so the tabernacle can shine. Okay, read on.
Okay. Verse 3, And Aaron did so. He lighted the lamps thereof over against the candlestick, as the Lord commanded Moses.
So once again, the Most High intended, first of all, the Most High gave Moses all the instructions on how to set up the candlestick, how to set up everything inside the tabernacle, but he wanted the candlestick itself to shine. Okay? He wanted the light to be all focused on the candlestick. So let's keep going.
Okay. Verse 4, And this work of the candlestick was of beaten gold. Unto the shaft thereof, unto the flowers thereof, was beaten work, according to the pattern which the Lord had showed Moses. So he made the candlestick.
So the candlestick was made by artificers in the nation who were extremely skilled and talented to get the work done, but it was under the direction of Moses by the orders of the Heavenly Father. Continue.
Verse 5. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, take the Levites from among the children of Israel and cleanse them.
So we also know that from reading in the past chapters and Numbers, the Levites weren't even allowed to live amongst the rest of the 12 tribes. They were completely separated. The three families of the Levites were Merari, Gershon, and Kohath. They all had to live inside the tabernacle, whereas all the 12 tribes were able to live 3 tribes per section of the tabernacle. 3 tribes on the east, 3 in the south, 3 in the west, 3 in the north. Okay, but the Levites had to stay inside that tabernacle, and they were separated and were given only to the Most High. So when he said the Levites, he wanted to cleanse these Levites even the more. Because once again, what was the thinking, the preparation is, I want my Levites cleansed. He already consecrated or cleansed the actual tabernacle inside. He wanted to make sure all the Levites were cleansed before they start operating and transporting and moving and dealing with this. Once again, he was setting up everything before it was go time to put all the execution of the sacrifice, the execution of the prepping of the tabernacles. Before the execution of the prepping of tabernacles, he wanted all the priests to get cleansed, to get consecrated themselves. Read on.
Verse 7. And thus shalt thou do unto them, to cleanse them. Sprinkle water of purifying upon them, and let them shave all their flesh, and let them wash their clothes, and so make themselves clean.
So the Most High, in this particular instance, was okay with having the Levites completely shaven. He wanted the Levites to completely shave every hair off their body to purge to be symbolic of purging any of the old ways in them before they move forward and continue to serve the Most High the way it was expected. So cleansing, sprinkling, purifying water, and shaving their entire body and washing their clothes. Read on.
And so make themselves clean. Then let them take a young bullock with his meat offering, even fine flour mingled with oil, and another young bullock shalt thou take for a sin offering.
Exactly. So now they were getting all the bulls and the sacrifices prepared to cleanse the entire tribe of Levi. Read on.
Verse 9. And thou shalt bring the Levites before the tabernacle of the congregation, and thou shalt gather the whole assembly of the children of Israel together.
So Israel was supposed to come and witness the Levites get cleaned and purged. Read on.
And thou shalt bring the Levites before the Lord, and the children of Israel shall put their hands upon the Levites. And Aaron shall offer the Levites before the Lord for an offering of the children of Israel, that they may execute the service of the Lord.
Wow. So what they even did, they had, whenever the priest or anybody put their hands on the animals, that was symbolic to say that you're our sacrifice, or the animal is the sacrifice, right? When you read early in Leviticus, when the person gave up an offering, they will put their hand on the animal's head, and it will be symbolic of all the sins and all the negative will be going on the animal, so that they would sit back here and represent the sin leaving them and going to the animal. And therefore, the animal would take on the sins of the human being. Now, in this situation, what they're saying is that the entire nation was putting their hands on the Levites, symbolically saying that they are the sacrifice for us. Because they had to give their life up to sit back and give their life to be the service of the entire nation. And what it also shows you is that if you want to be a priest of the Lord, you are a sacrifice for the nation. If you want to be a teacher, if you want to be a leader, if you want to represent the Most High, you are that sacrifice, and you are going to be set apart from the rest of the tribes of Israel. While the rest of Israel can sit back and live their life and do what they want to do and keep the service of the Most High on a minimal level, the priests had to sit back here and dedicate their life to every facet of the service of the Heavenly Father. So the Most High wanted their heads shaven for purification purposes. Now the Israelites or the Hebrews putting their hands on them was symbolic of, hey, like they are the sacrifice, so we can function and do our thing for the Most High in our life. The Levites weren't going to be the warriors and the fighters. The priests had to just sit back and dedicate their life to the service of the Heavenly Father, while the other Hebrews did their part. Everybody had to play a part. Okay, and this was just a ceremony of making it official amongst the Heavenly Father and to the people, that the priests were to sit back and the Levites were to sit back and dedicate their life to the service of the Most High, so that the nation can still be taken care of and looked upon and blessed. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so read verse 11 again. Yes.
Numbers chapter 8 and verse 11 reads, And Aaron shall offer the Levites before the Lord for an offering of the children of Israel, that they may execute the service of the Lord.
Come.
And the Levites shall lay their hands upon the hands of the bullocks, and thou shalt offer the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering.
You see how, once again, when you're putting your hands on it, on the animal, or the people is putting their hands on the Levites, what it's showing you is whoever's hands are being put on whatever's head, the head is a sacrifice. Whoever's having their head on your head, you're the sacrifice. So those animals, those bullocks, were the sacrifice for the priest to cleanse himself, and the Levites were the living sacrifice for the people so they can live. Hold this verse and go to Romans chapter 12, verse 1. We're going back.
Okay.
Romans chapter 12 and verse 1.
Romans chapter 12 and verse 1 right here. Romans chapter 12 and verse 1 reads.
Yep.
Romans chapter 12 and verse 1. I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of the Most High, that ye present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto the Most High, which is your reasonable service.
So the reasonable service of our people now is to be that living sacrifice. Every day, our purpose and our intention is to make sure that we perform the service of the body and the service of the Heavenly Father. Okay? And that was our reasonable service. Taking this concept, the Levites were that living sacrifice for the Hebrews. Okay? And that's why the Israelites laid their hands on it, because they were the living sacrifices. Every day, they had to be that living, breathing example of being conscious of the Heavenly Father. Read verse 2 in Romans, actually.
Come, verse 2. And be not conformed to this world.
The purpose of being that living sacrifice is not just a living, physical sacrifice. It's how your mind is functioned. Okay? It says, not being conformed to the world. So part of that sacrifice is my presence has to be there for the Most High, but also my mind, my thinking. My consciousness has to be dedicated to pleasing the Heavenly Father. Read on.
And be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind.
What makes being that living sacrifice so valid is that I don't think the same. I don't function and think like I used to in the world. So once again, when you're sitting back here and looking at all the Levitical and Numbers topics and chapters and scenarios, what the Most High was doing, he was doing ceremonial functions to represent this mental and spiritual change that we were supposed to take going into this new land. All the ceremonies was symbolic to get us to realize, hey, I have to take my job serious. I'm responsible for the nation. If the Levites were being trained that all these animals that they were killing and they were putting their hands on them symbolized that these animals were being sacrificed for the sins of the nation. And then now they're sitting back here in the position of having somebody else's hands on them. You don't think they understood that they were a sacrifice for the nation? And if they didn't, they really didn't understand how the Most High thought. Because the priests, the Levites, were supposed to be those individuals that were set aside, and whatever aspirations that they might have wanted to do didn't matter. Whatever, don't forget, we talked about it last couple weeks. Merari, their job was to sit back here and be the construction crew and the logistical construction crew for the Most High. Gershon was supposed to take all the woven materials and travel with it. And Kohath were the ones who had to sit back here and carry all the valuable artifacts and valuable items that the Levite priests had. So, point being is, it didn't matter what you wanted to do in your life. Your job was what family you were called into. And that was where the sacrifice, or the living sacrifice, kicked in. It doesn't matter what other talents you might have, what other abilities that you might bring to the table. If the Most High called you to be his teacher, his leader, then you know what? That's your job. And everything else has to get put to the back burner because you were called to serve him. We were the Levites were those living sacrifices, and to this day now, we're those living sacrifices. And we have to accept that we're those living sacrifices, and we were called to please him. And that's just something that we have to accept. The Levites, listen, they had no control over the fact they were born into a tribe that they had to sit back and just dedicate their life to the service of the Most High, did they? Because listen, I know this for Israel. A lot of times we ask ourselves, why? Why am I going through this? Why was I chosen for this? Why is my path so hard? Why is my path so difficult? You was chosen because you were chosen. It ain't no deeper than that. We want to get all deep and mystical as to the why, but why? What about this? But what about this? Well, listen, can we keep it simple, stupid? In the military, they say that. Keep it simple, stupid. You were chosen because you were chosen. And you were chosen to serve the Most High. Stop getting deep and mystical and philosophizing and dealing with the stars and quasars and the moons and stuff. Let's stop getting deep and know that if you're on this list and you got this knowledge, you were called to serve, you were called to be a teacher and a prophet, or you were called to serve the husband of a teacher or prophet. The end. There ain't nothing else to it. And this was what the crazy thing is, this was what the Most High was trying to instill in us from the beginning in Egypt. He's like, man, listen, I'm taking these guys out of Egypt so they can be mine, right? Listen, it sounds great, the idea that Israel loved the fact that they were being delivered, right? Who wouldn't love that? You were delivered out of slavery. You were delivered out of Egypt. These taskmasters were making life a living hell, right? That's a great thing, wasn't it?
God.
So now we're going to read. So, imagine, I want to put ourselves in Israel's mind. We get out of Egypt. Most High blesses us. He destroyed all the people who killed us. On the way to Sinai, we're winning wars. He's coming through for us. He's giving us food. We're settled. He gives us a law. Law's cool, right? But then he keeps giving us what? What continues to happen after he gives us the law? Anybody?
Correction.
Huh? Okay, the work is this. He gives us correction, but he keeps giving us more jobs. I want you to do this. I want you to do this. I want you to camp over here. I want you to camp over there. You got this job. You got that job. You got that responsibility. Did it matter what they had to say, what their opinion was? What they wanted? What if the Levite guy wanted to be a cook? What if the Levite guy wanted to sit back and be a warrior? I got a warrior blood in me. Did it matter? And this is where the disconnection, the rift started between us and the Most High. The Most High is, as you read in Leviticus, as you're reading in Numbers, Deuteronomy eventually, Genesis, Exodus, The Most High is very meticulous about things. When he was sitting back here putting together the ark, he was very detailed, very specific. When you sit back here and we do the tabernacle and all the construction of the temple, very specific. That's about the tabernacle. Very specific how he wanted the candlesticks, the Ark of the Covenant, all these things to get put together. How he wanted Israel to be, his expectations for the people. Everything had to be specific by the book. To a nation that really didn't like being pushed and worked that way. So now the Most High has all these expectations and goals. He got these Levites sitting back here getting anointed. And what we have to make sure we understand is he didn't ask Israel, did they want to be priests? Did he ask the Levites, did you want to be the priest of my nation? He said, no, Levi, you're going to be my priest. In this family, you're going to be the high priest. And every tribe was given a specific responsibility and duty in the nation. And we didn't have a choice. Why am I saying that? Because it's no different now. We still want to inject what we think fits us and suits us the best way. We still have an idea of where my skill set should be best represented in the nation. He's like, listen, man, I chose you to do this. Do this. That's it. And we're going to start seeing the discontentment of Israel as we keep reading on in these few chapters. How everything is cool, but you'll start seeing that root of complaining and that anger and that negative outlook start to reveal itself. After the Most High set up all the structure, all the plans were great. The problem was the people didn't want to accept the difficulties that came with the plans, the sacrifice that came with the plans, just like Israel today. So, let's get back to Numbers chapter 8 and
verse 12.
12.
Come on. Numbers chapter 8 and verse 12 reads, and the Levites shall lay their hands upon the heads of the bullocks, and thou shalt offer the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering unto the Lord, to make an atonement for the Levites.
Mm-hmm.
And thou shalt set the Levites before Aaron, and before his sons, and offer them for an offering unto the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Thou shalt separate the Levites from among the children of Israel, and the Levites shall be mine.
So this was the ceremony. Now, we talked about this earlier because it explained how the living conditions were supposed to be in the temple. He already said they were supposed to be separate. But now this is the official ceremony proclaiming that the Levite priests were separate. We're going to purge them for the sin offering. They're going to be separate from everybody else. Okay, read on.
Verse 15. And after that shall the Levites go in to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, and thou shalt cleanse them, and offer them for an offering.
Mm-hmm.
For they are wholly given unto me from among the children of Israel.
So what he's saying is the other tribes were given to the Most High, but the Levites were wholly given to the Most High. Holy means completely given to the Most High. Their life was situated to just administer and serve the Heavenly Father in whatever way pleases Him. Once again, the individuals, even this present day, who have to teach, who have to lead, who have to serve, they have to be chosen to wholly give themselves to the Heavenly Father. It is the same concept. The expectation that the priests were wholly given, the expectation that the ones who represent teaching His name now have to be wholly given to Him. And this is what we teach young men coming in. If you really want to sit back here and teach this word and be a leader, your whole life has to be dedicated to the service of the Heavenly Father. And if you're the wife of a man who's wholly dedicated to the Most High, you know what? Then you have to choose the fact that if your husband is wholly given to the Most High, that means you're not going to get the time that you might think you want to get. Because if he's wholly given to the work, that means his hours, his times are going to be relegated based upon the needs of the body. So if the needs of the body come first, then the wife comes what? Last. And that's another part of accepting your role as the wife of a priest. So let's continue.
Come. Verse 16, middle portion.
Just read it from the top.
Okay, come. Verse 16. For they are wholly given unto me from among the children of Israel, instead of such as open every womb, even instead of the firstborn of the children of Israel, have I taken them unto me.
So he's saying is, instead of it that every firstborn is his, because initially he said every firstborn that comes out of the mother's womb, every firstborn son is the Most High. He's like, every Levite's going to be mine. Read on.
For all the firstborn of the children of Israel are mine, both man and beast. On the day that I smote every firstborn in the land of Egypt, I sanctified them for myself. And I have taken the Levites for all the firstborn of the children of Israel.
So what he's saying is, even back then, the firstborn were truly dedicated to the Heavenly Father. They didn't have a choice. The firstborn was the Most High's. Then everybody else, every other child after that, cool. He's still showing you how he thinks about the individuals who dedicate themselves to serving the Most High. They're wholly his. That means the expectation is that that individual who represents teaching and leading the Most High has to be wholly given to the Most High and directed however the Most High sits fit or sees fit. Let's keep going. Verse 18.
Verse 18 again. And I have taken the Levites for all the firstborn of the tabernacle.
Read on.
Firstborn of the children of Israel.
Yes.
And I have given the Levites as a gift to Aaron and to his sons from among the children of Israel, to do the service of the children of Israel in the tabernacle of the congregation.
What he's saying is, listen, I gave the Levites, the whole family, to Aaron and his sons, because Aaron and his sons were one particular family that came out of the Kohath tribe. But in order to operate and function with this tabernacle, in order to operate and function with this priesthood, he needed a large enough body of people to administer to all the needs of the priest. So let's keep going.
Come. And to make an atonement for the children of Israel, that there be no plague among the children of Israel, when the children of Israel come nigh unto the sanctuary. And Moses...
Hold on. It says, so the Levites were a gift to Aaron and his sons from Israel, do the service of the tabernacle, and to make an atonement for the children of Israel, that there be no plague among the children of Israel, when the children of Israel come nigh into the sanctuary. So what it's saying is, also the Levites were that buffer between the people and the Most High, and they were in a position to offer sacrifice. Think about, I want you to think about how the Most High was looking at the priest. Yes, my Lord.
No, I was gonna ask, was it like the Levites like mediator between, like,
somewhat of a mediator? Because if the Levites were wholly given to the Most High, that means their conduct was supposed to be at the highest level. And if their conduct was at the highest level, they would be able to deal with the rest of the nation's issues. So when the rest of the nation made their mistakes, failed, sinned, they would sit back and offer sacrifices to the priest. And the Most High would respect the priest's sacrifices. And now the Most High will be able to sit back here and work on the forgiveness of the people, because he had that people that were dedicated to serving him the right way. So it was a way, it was a way that the Most High had set up to protect the people, and then the Levites were that group of people that would continue to minister to the Heavenly Father to keep the peace amongst the nation. Okay? So as long as the Levites were doing well, the plague of Israel won't spread. What it's also showing you is the power of example. If you have one tribe that's living on point, that's dedicated to change and the service of the Most High, what does that also do for morale? The conscience of the people. Example is so important. What you're going to read in, I think, in chapter 11 or chapter 12 in Numbers is how when Israel fell and screwed up with the Most High took down the leadership first, because the Most High really has a high expectation on leaders. This is why having quality judges was so important. We always needed to have strong examples to keep the other people strong. So the Levites being strong helped ensure that the rest of the nation stayed strong. Okay? So, let's continue.
Numbers chapter 8, verse 20 reads, And Moses and Aaron and all the congregation of the children of Israel, did to the Levites according unto all that the Lord commanded Moses concerning the Levites. So did the children of Israel unto them.
Mm-hmm.
And the Levites were purified, and they washed their clothes. And Aaron offered them as an offering before the Lord. And Aaron made an atonement for them to cleanse them. And after that went the Levites into do their service in the tabernacle of the congregation before Aaron and before his sons. As the Lord had commanded Moses concerning the Levites, so did they unto them. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, This is it that belongeth unto the Levites from 25 years old and upward. They shall go into wait upon the service of the tabernacle of the congregation.
Mm-hmm.
And from the age of 50 years they shall cease waiting upon the service thereof.
So the Levites were supposed to dedicate themselves to the service of the congregation in the tabernacle from 25 to 50. So 25 years they had to dedicate themselves to the service of the temple. Read on.
And shall serve no more,
Mm-hmm.
but shall minister with their brethren in the tabernacle of the congregation to keep the charge, and shall do no service.
So what he's saying is after that 50 years, after they're 50, they don't have to do any service, but they'll still minister unto the brethren who are doing the service. So whatever the people that are still doing the service, they will be ministered to by the older gentleman. Okay? Read on.
Thus shalt thou do unto the Levites touching their charge. Chapter 9.
Okay.
And the Lord spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month of the second year after they were come out of the land of Egypt, saying.
So now, they were a year in Sinai, but they were 2 years removed from leaving Egypt. Okay, so this is the second year, first month. Read on.
Come. Verse 2, let the children of Israel also keep the Passover at his appointed season.
What is also showing you, what you're about to read, is right after the second Passover, Israel starts to move out and head out to the land of Canaan. The Most High is always about doing things decently and in order. So the Passover is the first month, 14th day of the month. So right after the first month of the year, we were supposed to sit back here and go to war. It's the same thing happening actually in Joshua. Right after we crossed over to Jordan, it was Passover. We had our Passover after we crossed over to Jordan, then we took out the Canaanites. Most High is always about setting things up at the right time. So they're right here, second year, second Passover. Moses is going over the instructions. So keep going.
Verse 3. In the 14th day of this month, at even, ye shall keep it in his appointed season, according to all the rites of it, and according to all the ceremonies thereof, shall ye keep it.
Yep.
And Moses spake unto the children of Israel that they should keep the Passover. And they kept Salaki. And they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the first month at even in the wilderness of Sinai.
Done.
According to all that the Lord commanded Moses, so did the children of Israel.
So that the Jews followed the Passover, first month, 14th day. Read on.
Verse 6. And there were certain men who were defiled by the dead body of a man, that they could not keep the Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and before Aaron on that day.
So there are certain men who had touched a dead body and they couldn't go to the Passover. So they approached Moses to find out what they should do. Read on.
Verse 7. And those men said unto him, we are defiled by the dead body of a man. Wherefore are we kept back, that we may not offer an offering of the Lord in his appointed season among the children of Israel? And Moses said unto them, stand still, and I will hear what the Lord will command concerning you. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if any man of you or of your posterity shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, or be in a journey afar off, yet he shall keep the Passover unto the Lord.
So what he's saying is, if you can't make the first Passover, the Most High is going to set something up for you to be able to do this a second Passover for people who couldn't do the first. Read on.
Okay. Verse 11. The 14th day of the second month at even they shall keep it and eat it with unleavened bread.
What verse are we at, sir?
Verse 11.
Okay.
And eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs.
On the 14th day of the second month. So that second month is a replacement for the first. Read on.
Verse 12. They shall leave none of it unto the morning, nor break any bone of it, according to all the ordinance of the Passover, they shall keep it. But the man that is clean and is not in a journey and forbeareth to keep the Passover, even the same soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he brought not the offering of the Lord in his appointed season. That man shall bear his sin.
So he's like, this second Passover is only for the person that's in a journey, that's in a difficult situation, or is unclean. But he's saying, listen, if you're not unclean, you're not in a situation like this, then your soul is going to get cut off. So I think we got that point. Let's continue.
Come. Numbers chapter 9 and verse 14 reads, and if a stranger shall sojourn among you, and will keep the Passover unto the Lord, according to the ordinance of the Passover, and according to the manner thereof, so shall he do. Ye shall have one ordinance, both for the stranger and for him that was born in the land. And on the day that the tabernacle was reared up, the cloud covered the tabernacle, namely the tent of the testimony.
So what it's saying now is this. So that from verse 1 to verse 14 was just dealing with the Passover and having a second Passover if a person was unclean or in a far journey. Now we're sitting back here and going back into what happens when the nation follows or leaves. Because the question was, when the cloud covers the tabernacle, the cloud, which is the chariot, you stay. When the cloud leaves, you follow. So this is the beginning of this happening. So this cloud covered the tabernacle. This cloud wasn't just some cumulus cloud or Sirius cloud. It was literally a chariot. Let me go into a few verses on clouds. Let's see. Cloud. Let's see a couple cloud verses. If you get a couple chariot verses, the time I will.
Okay, I got you.
I haven't gone over a chariot class in forever.
Fire. Fire and cloud.
Well, there's one in Second Kings.
Fire.
A couple.
Let me see.
Whirlwind.
It say
Let's go to Acts 1 and 9. This one I can get off the top of my head.
Acts 1 and 9. Dome.
There's a plenty of verses, but I just haven't. I'm not gonna lie to you. Gone over a chariot class in forever. So Acts chapter 1. Let me see. Let's read Acts chapter 1 in verse. Read verse 1. Read Acts chapter 1 verse 1 down.
Okay. Acts chapter 1 verse 1 reads, "The former treaties have I made, O Theophilus."
Yeah, well, Theophilus.
Okay, Theophilus, of all that Yahushua began both to do and teach, until the day in which he was taken up, after that he brought the Holy Spirit, had given commandments unto the apostles whom he had chosen, to whom also he showed himself alive after his passion by many infallible proofs, being seen of them 40 days, and speaking of the things pertaining to the kingdom of Yahweh.
So what Christ ended up doing is he came back out on earth and showed his apostles, the disciples, proof that he was alive. And he stayed on earth for 40 days after he had died and resurrected, teaching and explaining and communicating about the kingdom of the Most High. Read on.
Acts chapter 1 and verse 4 reads, "And being assembled together with them, commanding them that they should not depart from Jerusalem, but wait for the promise of the Father, which saith he, ye have heard of me. For John truly baptized with water, but ye shall be baptized with the Holy Spirit not many days hence."
The baptism with the Holy Spirit is being baptized with the word. Read on.
Verse 6. "When they therefore were come together, they asked of him, saying, Lord, wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom to Israel?"
So first of all, people still understood that the kingdom was supposed to go back to Israel. And the question that the apostles or the disciples had for Christ is, we're talking about the Most High, we're talking about Christ. Listen, are you going to come back now and deliver Israel? Read on.
Verse 7. "And he said unto them, It is not for you to know the times or the seasons which the Father hath put in his own power. But ye shall receive power after the Holy Spirit is come upon you."
Listen, y'all, if you guys are going to eat, you guys got to eat in there. Okay? Let them know that.
"And ye shall be witnesses unto me both in Jerusalem and in all Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost part of the earth."
Okay, read on.
"And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight."
This is the purpose of going to this verse, is that a cloud received Christ out of their sight in the midst of them communicating with him. So a chariot literally came over him, beamed him up, and left. So there was evidence and proof of chariots all throughout the Bible. Like I said, there's information in 2 Kings about whirlwinds. They were referred and communicated different things. Whirlwinds, flying rolls, clouds, the whole nine. But in Exodus, you'll read about how it was a cloud by day and fire by night. When Christ got brought back up into the fourth dimension, a cloud picked him up. There's plenty of different examples and instances that clouds came to deliver or clouds came to destroy. Okay, those were pretty much the two scenarios. So this cloud received Christ out of all their sight. Read verse 10.
Verse 10. And while they looked steadfast towards heaven as he went up, behold, two men stood by them in white apparel.
So two men all of a sudden stood by them in white apparel. They were angels. These two men were angels. Read verse 11.
Verse 11. Which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This say Yahushua, which is taken up from you into heaven, shall so come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven.
So what these angels said is the same way Christ got delivered up, it's the same way Christ is going to come back down when he comes back in the end. So Christ is coming back in chariots, just like he got received up in chariots. Okay, so clouds are chariots, and that's the transportation that the Most High and the angels use to get around. So we go back.
You can go to Psalms 104 and 3 too.
What you got? I think I've heard that before. Psalms 104 and 3. Let's do it. Giving you a shot, sir. You gotta be sharp, bro. Psalms 104 and 3. This was my Wallace verse. It wasn't mine.
Oh.
I'm letting y'all know now. If it's a dud, it wasn't mine. Like wow, wow. No, it's cool. It's cool. I'm messing with you, man. I'm sure it is.
Psalms chapter 104 and verse 3 reads, Who layeth the beams of his chambers in the waters, who maketh the clouds his chariots.
There we go. That's a good one. Who makes the clouds his chariots. I knew you had it. I still had to cover myself out. We got a reputation we got to keep. That reputation, you dig? No, listen, that was a great verse. And it says, who makes his clouds his chariots. And that's how the Most High gets around. That is the way it does. So now we're sitting back here going back to Numbers chapter 9 in verse 15. Let's get back to Numbers chapter 9 in verse 15.
Numbers chapter 9 verse 15 reads, And on the day that the tabernacle was reared up, the cloud covered the tabernacle.
So he says, on that day that the tabernacle was reared up, the cloud covered the tabernacle. That chariot covered the tabernacle. Read on.
Namely, the tent of the testimony.
So the tabernacle, the cloud went specifically over the holy place. Okay, read on.
And at even there was upon the tabernacle as it were the appearance of fire until the morning.
So what it's showing you is that this was when and during daytime it was a cloud, and at nighttime it turned into fire right over the damn tabernacle. The crazy thing is, I don't know how a person can't realize that is the Lord Heavenly Father looking after us. Cloud by day, and then the fire by night. Can you imagine just a fire by night, just like this, just there, and we want to trip in our head. Anyway, keep going.
Verse 16.
I don't see how you can trip and not believe the Most High is with you. Read it.
Verse 16. So it was always the cloud covered it by day, and the appearance of fire by night.
It was always like this from here on out. Always. So the crazy thing is, we're in the middle of the desert, but there's still a light out there. We didn't have to make, what it shows, we didn't have to make any campfires and lights. It was there. We were protected. Okay? Wow, man. Read on.
Verse 17. And when the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle, then after that the children of Israel journeyed.
So when that cloud left that specific sedimentary point, that was the indication that we had to follow. Okay? Now, what we're about to read soon was, hey, when we got to start moving forward, We just got to follow. We don't know when this tabernacle is going to stop. I mean, this cloud. We don't know when this cloud is going to stop. We just got to keep moving until we get to the next destination. So this was the Most High training us how to follow Him, training us how to obey and do as He says. Read on.
God. And in the place where the cloud abode, there the children of Israel pitched their tents. At the commandment of the Lord, the children of Israel journeyed, and at the commandment of the Lord, they pitched.
I mean, they learned how to follow. Well, they were being taught how to follow. Read on.
God. As long as the cloud abode upon the tabernacle, they rested in their tents. And when the cloud tarried, long upon the tabernacle many days, then the children of Israel kept the charge of the Lord and journeyed not. And so it was, when the cloud was a few days upon the tabernacle, according to the commandment of the Lord, they abode in their tents. And according to the commandments of the Lord, they journeyed. And so it was, when the cloud abode from even unto the morning, and that the cloud was taken up in the morning, then they journeyed, whether it was by day or by night that the cloud was taken up, they journeyed. Or whether it were 2 days or a month or a year that the cloud tarried upon the tabernacle, remaining thereon, the children of Israel abode in their tents.
So it says, you have to wait until I want you to leave. And then when I want you to leave, I need you to go ASAP. Whether it's 2 days, a month, or a year. Read on.
And journeyed not. But when it was taken up, they journeyed. At the commandment of the Lord, they rested in the tents. And at the commandment of the Lord, they journeyed. They kept the charge of the Lord at the commandment of the Lord by the hand of Moses.
Now, we're going to go into some Josephus stuff soon. I'll just put it right there. I'm going to try to put it right there. There you go. And 2 more. All right. Let's see. Y'all should all get a Josephus if you get the opportunity, because we go into Josephus a lot here. It's a lot of good information, but there are certain. My advice to y'all on the Josephus level: read it when we're around, because sometimes, just when you think Josephus is on point, he'll throw some craziness in there. So it's not all on point. And what we do is we stay. When we bring out the information, we're staying online and on par with what the scripture says. We're never going to deviate and take Josephus's word against the scriptures. And there's certain times when Josephus kind of goes off. So that's why it's important for young people just to sit back here, use the scriptures, and use the Josephus, these other books, to enhance the message the scriptures are giving us. So let's continue in Numbers chapter 10, and then we'll switch to Antiquities of the Jews. You guys can kind of get this ready too. Antiquities of the Jews, book 3, chapter 12, paragraph 6. That's going to be where we're going to be at. Antiquities of the Jews, book 3, chapter 12, paragraph 6.
Where it say moreover?
Yep. So, we're going to go Numbers 10 first.
Ready?
Yep, I am ready.
Numbers chapter 10 and verse 1 reads, And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Make thee 2 trumpets of silver. Of a whole piece shalt thou make them, that thou mayest use them for the calling of the assembly and for the journeying of the camps.
So Moses had to sit back here and make 2 trumpets of silver to call the assembly and the journey of the camp. So they were just it was a message system. And I guess depending on the sound of the horn would let certain tribes know that they were called or summoned. Okay, read on.
Verse 3. And when they shall blow with them, all the assembly shall assemble themselves to thee at the door of the tabernacle of the
So
congregation.
once again, this was a communication system that the Most High was giving Moses. Once again, the Most High was very specific on how he wanted things done, and there wasn't one stone unturned with precision and detail. Okay, let's keep going.
Verse 4. And if they blow but with one trumpet, then the princes which are heads of the thousands of Israel shall gather themselves unto thee.
So there was one way to communicate, just to the captains or the princes or the heads of each family, of each tribe. Okay, read on.
When ye blow an alarm, then the camps that lie on the east part shall go forward. When ye blow an alarm the second time, then the camps that lie on the south side shall take their journey.
So once again, there was a battle alarm, and there was an alarm to set up all the different quadrants of the armies. Read on.
They shall blow an alarm for their journeys. But when the congregation is to be gathered together, ye shall blow, but ye shall not sound an alarm. And the sons of Aaron, the priests, shall blow with the trumpets, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations.
And exactly. And different sounds meant different type of communication or different type of warnings. Let me see. Read Amos chapter 3, verse 6. We're going to hold numbers, but go to Amos 3 and 6.
Amos chapter 3 and verse 6 reads, Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid?
So once again, it's showing you when trumpets were blown, normally it was to prepare for war. When Moses and the Levites were blowing their trumpets, it was either to come bring everybody together, or it was to sound off for preparations for war. And he says these silver trumpets and the instructions on how to blow them were supposed to be an ordinance forever in our generations. That's how we let people know there was danger coming. If there was invaders coming out, they would blow the alarms. They would sit back and rally the troops. That was just how they communicated, let everybody know to come together for war, come together in general. And that gives you an example of what memorial blowing of the trumpets is also. There was the blowing of the trumpets, and certain horn sounds were used to bring certain tribes together, certain peoples together, or all the people together. And that's what the trumpet's use was to gather the people together. And whether it's the memorial blowing of trumpets was about gathering all the nation together, or in certain situations you blow horns to sit back and just gather certain parts of the army to move out. Certain sounds were to move multiple parties of the nation out for war. Okay, it just depended on the sound or how many times the sound was sounded or blown. Read on.
Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in a city, and the Lord have not done it?
Now we use this verse a lot of times to explain that the Most High kills and the Most High brings destruction. And it's like just as a common thing was to hear a trumpet and there would be fear. Because the trumpet represented war. The trumpet represented battling. And just as normal as it was to hear when a trumpet blew, there was a battle, it was just as normal to understand that if there was any evil happening into the nation, the Most High allowed it. Because Israel was what? Screwing up. So it's just showing you evil in the city and the trumpet were synonymous to an effect. Okay, those were the effects of a certain cause. Okay, the trumpet was the cause of war. The Most High bringing evil to the nation was a sign of us being negative. Get my point?
All
right, let's go back to Numbers chapter 10.
Numbers chapter 10 and verse 9. And if ye go to war in your land against the enemy that oppresseth you, then ye shall blow and alarmed with the trumpets. And ye shall be remembered before the Lord your power, and ye shall be saved from your enemies.
So this is also, if we're living the right way, blowing that trumpet was a way to alert the Most High that we needed help. And that was the purpose of it. So when we blew it, we were supposed to blow in consciousness of the fact that, hey, we need your assistance. We need your help. There's war here. We need you to come there and fight for us. Okay?
Verse 10.
Mm-hmm.
Also in the day of your gladness, and in your solemn days, and in the beginnings of your months, ye shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings, and over the sacrifice, and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for a memorial before your power.
Once again, there was a way to bring the people together. The trumpets were used to call different people or the nation in different times. Feast days, solemn days, new moons, whatever the situation is. Read on.
I am the Lord your power. And it came to pass on the 20th day of the second month, in the second year, that the cloud was taken up from off the tabernacle of the testimony.
So it says on the 20th day of the second month, in the second year, the cloud was taken up from off the tabernacle of the testimony. So what it's letting you know is the Most High waited to that second Passover finished before he moved us up and out. Because the second Passover was the second month, 14th day. So he gave us time to situate that second Passover, get ourselves together, perform the ceremony for the Most High. Now we have to sit back here and roll and take off and follow that cloud, follow that chariot. Okay? Read on.
Verse 12. And the children of Israel took their journeys out of the wilderness of Sinai, and the cloud rested in the wilderness of Paran.
So, no, hold tight. Before we go any further, I want to go back into this trumpet real quick. Let's go back to the Antiquities of the Jews. Antiquities of the Jews. Book 3, chapter 12, paragraph 6.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir, Idar. You there, man?
Yes, sir.
I need you to help me now. I can't have Mom Waller reading everything. Okay, we good with this?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Let him hold on to that real quick. Do we have any more of those Josephus?
Here.
No, well, listen. I can get it from here. Let's get it from him real quick. There you go. What page is it?
It's probably different from.
No, he's got the blue one. Oh, it's
No,
different.
mine is different from
99. Let me salute you right after you get it, because we're gonna rotate, so you're not just reading everything.
Okay.
Idaria Allah, Shal Shabbatah, Banya Hawada, Banya Sha'ala.
Idar Yala, Shal Shabbatah, Ban Yahabada, Ban Yashal. Imagine. Right? Yahabba Shem Yashal Bakata.
Yahaba Shem Shabbatah.
All right. So, give me paragraph 6. It says moreover. It's book 3, chapter 12, paragraph 6.
Antiquities of the Jews, Book 3, Chapter 12.
Yep, paragraph 6.
12, paragraph.
It says moreover.
Moreover, Moses was the inventor of the form of their trumpet, which was made of silver. Its description is this: in length it was little less than a cubit. It was composed of a narrow tube, so somewhat thicker than a flute, but with so much breadth,
Yeah, breath.
breadth
Mm-hmm.
as as was sufficient for admission of the breath of his man's mouth.
Of a man's mouth.
mouth.
Mm-hmm.
It ended in the form of a bell, like common trumpets. Its sound was called in the Hebrew tongue a
A
sorcerer.
sorcerer. Mm-hmm.
A sorcerer. Two of these being made. One of them was sounded when they required the multitude to come together to congregations. When the first of them gave a signal, the heads of the tribes were to assemble and consult about the affairs to them properly belonging. But when they gave the signal by both of them, they were called the multitude together. Whenever the tabernacle was removed, it was done in this
Solemn order.
solemn order. At the first alarm of the trumpet, those whose tents were on the east quarter was prepared to remove.
So it says, whenever the tabernacle was removed, it was done in this solemn order. What it's saying is, when that chariot left the tabernacle, when the chariot left from being on top of the tabernacle, this was how they broke down everything. They broke down the temple. They broke down the outer surrounding wall. They broke down the cloths. This is how they did it. Read on.
When the second signal was given, those that were on the south quarter.
Wait. It says, when the tabernacle was removed, it was done in a solemn order. Now read it from there. At the first alarm of the trumpet.
At the first alarm of the trumpet,
Yep.
those whose tents were on the east quarter prepared to remove. When the second signal was given, those that were on the south quarter did the like in the next place. The tabernacle was taken to pieces, and it was carried in the midst of 6 tribes that went before, and of 6 that followed, all the Levites assisting about the tabernacle. When the third signal was given, that part which had their tents towards the west put themselves in motion. And at the fourth signal, those on the north did so likewise. They also made use of these trumpets in their sacred
Ministration. 1 second. I want to make sure I explain that a little bit more clarity. What's happening is they're saying when everybody had to sit back and leave, they just didn't roll up and just break loose and break order. The group that was in the east, which was Judah's group, okay, the Israelites, there was 3 tribes on the east, 3 tribes in the south, 3 tribes on the west, 3 tribes on the north. Judah, it was Judah, Issachar, and I think Zebulun were on the east, okay. They left first. They started breaking off first. They broke their tents down and left. Then you had Simeon, 2 of the tribes that I don't have on top of my head. They followed. So now their front flank was strong. Now after you had your front 6 tribes up in front, then you started sliding in the Levites. Trying to get specific because that one was a little unclear. It talks about, okay, here it is. It said the Israelites had been at Sinai for nearly a year before the Most High commanded them to begin their journey through the desert back to the Promised Land. It was at Sinai that that Moses had first set up the tabernacle, dedicated to priesthood, and taught the people the commandments of the Torah. In the second year, in the second month, on the 20th day, the cloud lifted from the tabernacle, and Moses dispatched the Ark of the Covenant to follow after it in the desert. Moses then directed the people to set out by stages towards the desert of Paran. First, the eastern camp led by Judah, set out, which was followed by the Levites who moved the tabernacle. So Kohath, okay? No. Then the southern camp of Reuben set out, followed by the Kohathites who carried the tabernacle's sacred furnishings, menorah, the altar of incense, so forth and so on. Then the western camp of Ephraim set out, followed by the northern camp of Dan, which served as the rear guard. So what it's saying is, Judah set out, then you had your Merari and Gershon, who had the builder group follow Judah. Then you had Simeon, then you had the Kohathites in the middle, then you had the last two tribes, the western and the northern group, that flanked them. So you had one in the front, the Merari and the Gershonites. Then you had the southern, then you had the Kohathites, and you had the last six tribes in the back. The back was fortified, the front was fortified, and the middle was fortified. Okay? So read your part again. I just want to make sure I explain it a little clearer. So when the horns were blown by Moses, everybody knew they had to get into their positions and head out. Okay, so it said at the first alarm of the trumpet. Read that again.
At the first alarm of the trumpet, those whose tents were on the east quarter prepared to remove. When the second signal was given, those that were on the south quarter did the like. In the next place, the tabernacle was taken to pieces, and when carried in the midst of 6 tribes that went before, and of 6 that followed, all the Levites assisting about the tabernacle. When the third signal was given, the last part, which had their tents towards the west, put themselves in motion. And at the fourth signal, those on the north did so likewise. They also made use of these trumpets in their sacred ministrations. When they were bringing their sacrifices to the altar, as well on the Sabbath as on the rest of the festival days. And now it was that Moses offered that sacrifice which was called the Passover in the wilderness, as the first he had offered also after the departure out of Egypt.
Okay, we're going to let that go for now. We're going to go back to it soon, but let's get back to Numbers chapter 10. And now we were where, Mawala? I think we were
12. Verse 12. It's verse 12.
You sure?
Yep. Verse 12. We was in the middle of verse 12, but I can read it from the top.
Read verse 11 again.
Come. Numbers chapter 10 and verse 11. And it came to pass on the 20th day of the second month, in the second year, that the cloud was taken up from off the tabernacle of the testimony. And the children of Israel took their journeys out of the wilderness of Sinai. And the cloud rested in the wilderness of Paran. And they first took their journey according to the commandment of the Lord by the hand of Moses. In the first place went the standard of the camp of the children of Judah according to their armies. And over his host was Nahshon, the son of Amminadab.
And we just explained this earlier. The first group that left to go ahead towards the wilderness of Paran, it was Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. Continue.
God. Verse 15. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Issachar was Nathaniel, the son of Zuar. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Zebulun was Eliab, the son of Helon.
Okay.
And the tabernacle was taken down, and the sons of Gershon and the sons of Merari set forward, bearing the tabernacle.
Just like we said, Judah left with the other two tribes. Then Gershon and Merari followed. They broke down all the tabernacle. They broke down the outer surrounding protection of the tabernacle. Then they broke down the inner tabernacle, took down all the cloths and the material. Like we said earlier, Merari was like the major construction group that had the most cattle and the most wagons that were donated by the tribes. So they could put all the wood and the brackets and the sockets together and start traveling those things out. Then you had Gershon. You had Gershon, who was in charge of the cloth and the cloth coverings and the cloth materials. They were given wagons and oxen to make that traveling complete also. Okay, so with both of those scenarios, they followed Judah, which was the head army of the east. Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. They were second. Read on verse 18.
Numbers chapter 10 and verse 18 reads, and the standard of the camp of Reuben set forward according to their armies.
Reuben was for the southern portion of the tabernacle. They had the largest army, so they were the captains of that group of three. Read on.
And over his host was Elazur, the son of Shadur.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 19. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Simeon was Shulamith, the son of
Zuradai.
Okay, Zuradai. Verse 20.
I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Zuri Shaddai.
Zuri Shaddai.
Yeah.
And over the host of the tribe of the children of Gad was Elisab, the son of Duel.
So the southern group was Reuben, which was the head of it, Simeon and Gad. Okay, so they followed, and they were behind Merari and Gershon. Okay, read on. Shalom.
Numbers chapter 10 and verse 21.
Mm-hmm.
And the Kohathites set forward, bearing the sanctuary.
The Kohathites bared all of the important items, whether it was the candlestick of gold, whether it was the table of gold, all the showbread, all the items inside the temple, the altar of incense, the tabernacle. Not the tabernacle, but the what do you call that thing? The laver, where to wash their feet, and the actual altar, and the Holy of Holies was all carried by the Kohathites. They couldn't put those in like wagons. They had to carry them on their own in backpacks. Yes.
They weren't Levites, right?
Yes, they were all Levites. Kohath, Gershon, and Merari were just different families of the Levites. And what they're showing is they put them in the middle. Every group of the Levites had protection in their front and in their back. Okay, the Merariites and the Gershonites, they're the ones that had the big wagons to carry all the truckloads of stuff that they needed to get from point A to point B. So they weren't carrying all this heavy wood from point A to point B. The Kohathites had to carry this stuff. They had the high priest wrapped it. They had to carry it. Okay, and walk. Where are we at?
Verse 21.
Verse 21. Let's get it.
Numbers chapter 10 and verse 21 reads, and the Kohathites set forward, bearing the sanctuary, and the other did set up the tabernacle against they came.
No, against, okay.
And the standard of the camp of the children of Ephraim set forward according to their armies.
Okay, now we get Ephraim was the head of the western side of the tabernacle. Read on.
And over his host was Elishabamah, the son of Amminahab. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Manasseh was Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. Pedazur. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Benjamin was Abadan, the son of Gideonite. And the standard of the camp of the children of Dan set forward, which was the reward.
The reward.
Okay, was the reward of all the camps throughout their host.
Okay, so what it's saying is Dan covered the flank of the back of the tribes. Dan was the second largest army that Israel had. Judah was first. Dan was the second largest. Judah had the front. Dan had the back with the other two tribes next to him. Read on.
And over his host was Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai.
Mm-hmm.
And over the host of the tribe of the children of Asher was Pagiel, the son of Okran. And over the host of the tribe of the children of Naphtali was Ahira, the son of Enan. Thus were the journeyings of the children of Israel according to their armies when they set forward.
So this was how they set their armies up, to protect the priests, because once again, the priests weren't fighting. They weren't numbered with the army. Their sole responsibility was the service of the temple. But all the other tribes were war ready and were flanked in between and in front of them to protect them in that journey. Once that once that cloud left the tabernacle, they followed it. And what it's showing you is that initially the cloud left from Sinai to go to the wilderness of Paran. So they had to sit back here and walk to the wilderness of Paran. I couldn't tell you how long of a walk that is. I should have sat back here and at least checked into the kilometers or something, but we'll figure it out one of these days.
Verse 29.
Yeah.
And Moses said unto Hobab, the son of Raguel, the Midianite, Moses' father-in-law, we are journeying into the place of which the Lord said, I will give it you.
So once again, this Midianite, Moses' father-in-law, was part of that mixed multitude, and they actually visited Moses when they got to Sinai. Okay, Midian is somewhere in that region, but they actually met up. He met up with Moses to visit him. Okay, because if I'm not mistaken, Moses, before all this crap went down with the Egyptians, sent his wife and family over there. He didn't keep his family with him in Egypt. His family was set aside in Midian. And then when Moses got to Sinai, Midian brought his family to meet them in the land of Sinai. So Moses is saying, listen, Midian, we're heading out to the wilderness of Paran on our way to Canaan. You're welcome to join us. Read on.
Come. Numbers chapter 10, verse 29, latter portion. Come thou with us, and we will do thee good. For the Lord hath spoken good concerning Israel.
He said, we're about to sit back here and wipe these boys out. We're ready to go. Read on.
Verse 30. And he said unto him, I will not go, but I will depart to my own land and to my kindred.
So Moses' father-in-law said, I'm not going to go. I'm going to go back to Midian and be with my family and my people. Read on.
And he said, leave us not, I pray thee, for as much as thou knowest how we are to encamp in the wilderness, and thou mayest be to us instead of eyes. And it shall be.
He said, you know the area, because Midian wasn't too far away. His homeland was in a respectable vicinity to the wilderness of Paran and Sinai. They were close. I've seen it before. I just can't tell you exactly where Midian is, but it's in the vicinity. He knows the territory. So you can be some extra eyes for us and know how this terrain is as we're going up there to Canaan. Read on.
Verse 32. And it shall be, if thou go with us, yea, it shall be, that what goodness the Lord shall do unto us, the same will we do unto thee.
He says, we'll take care of you. The Most High is with us. Look at this big ass chariot on top of us. Look at this big old fire. How can you sit back here and not think the Most High is real when you got fire in the sky just floating out? He said, the Most High is with us. Whatever's good's coming to us is coming to you too. What's crazy, everybody's hopes are up. Everybody's anticipation is up. Everybody's feeling good. All the structure's set up. Everybody's organized, ready to go. Moses is like, we're going to go here quick. Don't forget, even when you reading Ecclesiastes chapter 6, where it says that when you give yourself to wisdom's fetters or bonds, it doesn't take long to see the benefits that come from serving the Most High early. He's saying, listen, everybody's in order. The Most High gave everybody their responsibilities and instructions. Only thing is left is to go right up here. It's not too far of a walk. It might take some time, maybe a few months, but we're going to take out Canaan from the south and be done with it. That was the goal. The goal was to come straight from Sinai up north. Take it from the south and work your way up and be done. We eventually had to go down the Jordan way because we was afraid. We was chicken. But that wasn't the plan. The plan was to leave Sinai and get to your destination. So he's like, listen, good things is happening, Midian. Come with us, and you and yours will get taken care of too. Read on.
God. Verse 33. And they departed from the mount of the Lord 3 days' journey. And the ark of the covenant of the Lord went before them in the 3 days' journey to search out a resting place for them. And the cloud of the Lord was upon them by day, and when they went out of the camp, and it came to pass, when the ark set forward, that Moses said, Rise up, Lord, and let thine enemies be scattered, and let them that hate thee flee before thee.
Mm-hmm.
And when it rested, he said, Return, O Lord, unto the many thousands of Israel.
So it says, the cloud of the Lord was upon him by day when he went out of the camp. And it came to pass when the ark set forward. Don't forget, the ark was our protection. So wherever the ark was, we knew the Most High was there for us, keeping us stable and protecting us. Another example of the ark being our protection was when we crossed the Jordan. The priest, the Kohathites, kept hold of the ark in the middle of the Jordan River while the rest of the nation crossed over the Jordan. The ark was our protection and our realization that the Most High was there with us. Because that mercy seat was actually where the Most High would present himself when he communicated to Moses and the nation. So that ark was what was used to protect us in battle and in war. And this is what Moses was saying. So it says, when the ark set forward, that Moses said, Rise up, Lord, and let thine enemies be scattered, and let them that hate thee flee before thee. Okay? When it rested, he said, Return, O Lord, unto thy many thousands of Israel. Read on.
God. Chapter 11 reads, verse 1.
Now, listen. It just was 3 days. 3 days, the Most High, listen, the Most High had showed for 2 years, from the time they left Egypt to the time they left Sinai. 2 years the Most High kept showing them victories in battle. He will, don't forget, when the Egyptian armies were killed in the water, were killed when the Red Sea closed up, the next morning, all their bodies rose up and was pushed out of the sea, right? So when all the warriors were dead right in front of them, that did 2 things. One, our people saw our captors dead right in front of their eyes. What did that do to our people? It gave us closure. It gave us clarity. It gave us peace of mind that phase of Egypt was over. But 2, guess what rose up out of the sea also when you read in Josephus? All the damn knives you needed and swords you needed and war gear you had was there. So you got the war gear, most eyes with you. Then we fought Amalek, and what did we gain from taking out Amalek? Armor. He gave us armor after we took out the damn Amalekites on our way to Sinai. So a whole year was gone by of us fighting wars, taking out armies, gathering and collecting momentum, war items, armor items, experience, trust. Then the Most High introduced himself in Sinai where every man and woman and child could hear him speak to them in a clear, understandable language. He sat back and explained everything. He sat back here and broke down the expectations of the Levites. He gave everybody order and structure immediately. Why am I going through this? Because when you sit back here and read through Exodus and Leviticus and Numbers, it's like sometimes it gets a little redundant and it keeps repeating itself. But the Most High was being thorough in how he explained and developed his program. There was no misunderstanding. There was no lack of understanding. And the Most High showed clearly that he was with us. He clearly showed us he was with us. And in 3 days, this is what happens. In 3 days of the ark leaving Sinai and us walking, this is what happens. Okay. Where do I start? Do I go Numbers or do I go Joseph? We're gonna read Numbers and then bounce to Antiquity of the Jews again.
God.
Read that 11 and 1.
God. Numbers chapter 11 and verse 1 reads, and when the people complained, it displeased the Lord, and the Lord heard it.
Now hold this verse. It says, and when the people complained, it displeased the Lord. Read 1 Thessalonians 4 and 8. 1 Thessalonians.
You said 4 and 8?
Mm-hmm.
1 Thessalonians chapter 4 verse 8. He therefore that despiseth not man, but God, who had also given unto us his Holy Spirit.
So our people were displeased after 3 days. Now we're going to read that they were pissed off at Moses. They were complaining at Moses, but they were pissed off at the Most High. And it says, he that despiseth not man, but the Most High. Christ said in other verses, marvel not that the world hates you. It hated me before it hated you. What he's showing is all this love and all this consideration the Most High was doing for the Jews. And in 3 days, they spit on their face. 3 days. All it took was 3 days of some discomfort and some screwed up situation one way or another, and all of a sudden their outlook just went left towards the Most High. Now, the reason I'm waiting to, you know what? I don't want to go, I want to read the Josephus, because it gives a little bit more explanation on why they were complaining and why they were displeased with the Most High / Moses. So we're going to go to Antiquities of the Jews, book 3, chapter 13, paragraph 1. Shalom, everybody online. I just said shalom, everybody. Shalom. Yeah, you do it. Man, no. If Tasapa can do it, because you can stay on Numbers. Tasapa can do Josephus, and we can kind of like bounce off that. So once again, it's book 3, and Antiquities of the Jews, book 3, chapter 13, paragraph 1. So we read in Numbers 11, the beginning part, that the people started complaining, and it pissed the Most High off, and it kindled his anger. We're going to find out why they got pissed off in the first place, why they were displeased. Let's do that.
So book 3, chapter 13?
Yes, sir.
Paragraph 1.
Mm-hmm.
How Moses removed from Mount Sinai and conducted the people to the borders of the Canaanites.
So how we got from Mount Sinai to the borders and the precipice of taking over our land. Read that.
A little while after he rose up and went from Mount Sinai, and having passed through several mansions.
So the Jews passed through several mansions. Now, you look up, I guess, the 1828 mansions just means abodes. You know, last time I went over this, the idea that there was mansions, maybe they were rich places, who knows? We can't really say if it was mansions or not. What you can say is there was other people were living comfortable. That's what you can't say. Because a person's home represents what? Stability, comfort, consistency. That's what we can say. So after 3 days of walking and seeing people comfortable, and they weren't comfortable, Israel started losing their what? Losing their damn minds. Because that's how we get. If I see somebody else relaxed, living their life to their fullest, living their best life, and I'm sitting back here suffering. Matter of fact, there is a verse that says, affliction maketh the person forgets. Oh man, if y'all can help me with that. Yeah. It's in the Apocrypha.
Yeah. In the time of trouble.
It's something like that. And I think it's like Ecclesiasticus 11, if I'm not mistaken. Or surround Ecclesiasticus 11.
Yeah. In the day of affliction.
It makes a person forget, pretty much forget the Most High. But I want to find the exact. There you go. I got it. It's Ecclesiasticus 11 and 25. And it said, I'll read it. In the day of prosperity, there is a forgetfulness of affliction. And in the day of affliction, there is no more remembrance of prosperity. And what it's showing you is this was Israel in a nutshell. There was prosperity, there was stability in Sinai, and a little sign of adversity, and we want to spin on the Most High. A little bit of discomfort, and now all of a sudden the Most High is not real. He's showing us, when you sit back here and read, whether it's in Numbers, Exodus, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, it says the things written aforetime are written for our learning. We're supposed to sit back here and look at these stories and see us in the present day. Because we can sit back here and say how negative the Jews are, how negative Most High's been there for them. There's fire at night, and there's a chariot in the day. How can you sit back here and forget the Most High? But we forget the Most High every single day. All that has to happen is whatever expectation that we have, whatever convenience that we have set up gets shaken out of or discombobulated. All of a sudden, the Most High is not real anymore. And this is what's happening. Israel was taken out of their comfort zone, and all of a sudden their expectations went south. They got angry. They got pissed off. They stopped looking at the Most High in peace, in purity of thought. So it says, if you can keep going, if you go back to the top again, I'm sorry.
A little while after he rose up and went from Mount Sinai, and having passed through several mansions, of which we will speak anon, he came to a place called Hazarath, where the multitude began again to be mutinous, and to blame Moses for the misfortunes they had suffered in their travels.
The crazy, how many misfortunes could you have suffered in 3 days? 3 days. You're tripping. You want to kill Moses in 3 days. And all you saw was some people that were living comfortable. But the funny thing was, you know what? You was about to go to your comfort really soon. Why do you think the Most High took all this time? The funny thing is, he took a year in Mount Sinai to prepare for the invasion in Canaan. So we wouldn't be sitting back here frantic, not knowing what to do when we go into our new place. That's why he took the time to get to know us, to explain his expectations. And now all of a sudden, 3 days into the damn hike, we're tripping. Because why? Because Israel was thrown out of their what? You take Israel out of their routine, they lose their damn mind. My routine of eating, my routine of sleeping. Man, I shut it down at 10, dog. Well, shit, I'm sorry to tell you, it might be 11:30 tonight. But Israel be losing their damn mind. My goodness. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, because it's going to kind of explain. We just got to put it together and kind of take our time. Read on.
And then when he had persuaded them to leave a good land.
I'm so sorry. They were mutinous. They want to kill Moses again. Mutiny? It's one thing to be frustrated, like, damn, I kind of want some. They wanted to kill him. It was a mob out there. I can understand being a little uncomfortable, being a little vexed. I can see that. But mutinous? I want to kill this man. I want this man dead. I want his family dead. Listen, they want to murk this guy off of 3 days. Just because Israel saw people, well, they were inconvenienced, and they saw other people comfortable. When I was reading in like the pre-writing of the Sabbath reading, it explained that. And I want to make sure, I didn't want to really say it until I read it, but it kind of explained that the Jews were listening to the mixed multitude. Because there was a mixed multitude that was, listen, when we read earlier about that formation, whether it had the Judah in the front, then you had Gershon and Merari in the middle, then you had the southern group, Simeon. Then you had Kohath. Then you had the west and the south backing them up. It didn't tell you about the mixed multitudes and them leprosy boys. They was in the back end. there was a lot of people there. So it wasn't just him. So it was all the mixed multitude behind him, and they were all following his chariot. What it said in the foreword was that the mixed multitude started tripping first, and then all of a sudden the Jews start tripping afterwards. Then the leaders of the Jews were tripping. Because don't forget, there were 70 elders that were supposed to lead Israel along with Moses. You had your princes and you had your elders. And when you read in I think it was Exodus, that Moses would meet up with those 70 elders as well as, then eventually they chose those 12 princes that would head each family. So you had princes and you had elders that were being communicated with. So the mixed multitude was tripping. Israel started tripping. Then the elders start tripping. And you're going to read the Most High got pissed, started sending fire and taking cats out. But listen, what you read is, he started sending fire. Then you read later on that Moses had to choose 70 of the elders. So guess what happened to them first elders? They was charbroiled. Right? They were cooked up. What it's showing you is, if the leadership can't absorb the discontentment of the crowd, then there's a problem. This was why the Most High was so hell-bent on establishing that Levitical priesthood that could symbolize stability and strength to the rest of the nation. If the leadership crumbles and loses their you know what, then it's going to be that's how you get to mutiny. There's got to be levels and stages to back off insanity. What should have happened is, if the mixed multitude was losing their stuff, then the Jews should have helped kept them in check. The Israelites who knew better should have kept them in check. They didn't. So all that craziness starts to feed from the bottom up. So if the Jews lost their mind, then you know who should have kept it together? The elders of each of those areas should have kept the Jews controlled and kept their mind focused before it even got to a mutinous position with Moses. What it was showing you was people got frantic and they panicked out and they lost it. And I guess I can see that more. How when you have thousands upon thousands of people losing it at one time, that spirit of panic and fear can just rush through an entire group of people. Children are crying, people are losing it. And then that fear and that panic starts to rush the entire camp. But somebody or somebodies should have sat back and kept that mutiny under control before it got to that level. What it was just showing, everybody kept feeding this spirit of panic and doubt and the sky's falling, Chicken George mindset. That's not really a mindset, but I just keep thinking of Chicken George. The sky's falling, the sky's falling. That was the spirit of panic that was on the people. We got sent in wilderness to die. It was Moses' fault. Anyway, let's keep going, Tassapa. So the Jews saw mansions. They got to Hazeroth. They were pissed again and mutinous. Read on.
And to blame Moses for the misfortune they had suffered in their travels, and that when he had persuaded them to leave a good land, they at once had lost that land, and instead of the happy state he had promised them, they were still wandering in their present miserable condition.
That's so insane. That's so insane. Because you still have to walk to the location that you're going to get to. It just shows, what it also shows is that our people as a nation can't get past how they feel today. As a whole, we can't get past how we feel today, what I'm going through today. And today is more important than tomorrow, next week, long term. That is the sad reality of our people. Scripture says the Jews require a what?
Sign.
A sign. We got to have something. We got to see, feel, and touch that we're okay now. This is why with a lot of Israel, we can be in class. Class can be awesome. When does the battle start? When you get when scriptures aren't being pounded in your head, that all of a sudden the battle restarts. It shows that if we're not constantly in the spirit of rehearsing the righteous acts, if we're not constantly communicating about scriptures, if we're not constantly in the spirit of motivating ourselves scripturally, it is too easy. It's too easy to get weak. We can easily say, this is extreme thinking, this is overboard thinking, and I 1,000% agree this is overboard thinking. But what's not overboard is when we're not in a strong, I don't want to say isolated, a strong, compact situation where there's strength around us in every arena, we're not the same person. All the wilderness meant in comparison to Sinai is now you got to live this word on your own at the house. Because if I don't have the stability of seeing the temple, seeing the tabernacle, don't forget, we read about how Moses was talking about how the ark was like our strength. The idea of the tabernacle, that was it. That was our stabling force. But without it being right there in our face in a stable spot, now we had to learn how to rely and cleave to the Most High on our own. And that's when we kind of went left. We were reliant on the structure. We were reliant more on the structure and less on the trust that the Most High was going to be with the individual. My wallet, it's about that time for you to head out. Now we got some help. But what it shows is, I can see this in Israel all the time. What I mean is this. A lot of times we teach Israel, we can see the understanding, we can be strong when we're here. When we're going to rely on the Bible on our own, we just lose it. A lot of us aren't strong, can't take the strength and the concepts of what we're learning here into practical applications out in the world or at home. We get caught in, what we'll do is we'll get caught into social media, TV, weaker influences around us. How many of us are the same here amongst all Israel and then being around Jake? It's a different story. It's a different story when we're around weaker people, when we're around weaker influences. Do we start to pick up on their habits, or do we sit back here and get stronger and stiffer in the principles the Most High teaches us? I remember when I was in high school, I'd be in class and I'd sit back here and be strong as hell. And I remember I had this blue coat that I would always bring to class. And the brother who was the head in Cali at the time, he had a small house. We would go to class, and he would burn charcoal all class. So I was going charcoal crazy out. Fragrance is crazy out. I mean, it's one thing, I'm burning coals in here, right? It's smoked up. No. After one of these goes, he's getting another one. Burning coals. And you know what? After it's done, he's going through 3 or 4 coals a night. And the whole room is just blowed out. In good smoke, not like, no dank. Not no dank weed. It's like some real incense, frankincense, and myrrh the whole night. I'm getting to a point. My coat was just full of frankincense and myrrh. And I would leave. Because, in Cali, it gets cool at night. It's not like super cold, but it's like a windbreaker cold. So I go out here, and I'm in high school, so that I would go to class on a Friday, because that was really the only time I could do it. I felt strong as hell. Friday night, Saturday morning, I felt spiritual as hell. But it was almost like, as the coat stopped smelling like frankincense and myrrh, the more the coat started smelling less and less like frankincense and myrrh, my mind started focusing less and less on the Bible and acclimating myself back to my environment. And I noticed as my coat smelled like regular smells, my mind started thinking regular again. And I'm saying that because I see it in Israel now. When you're around class, you can stay powered up, you can stay clear-minded, but it's too easy. Social media, outside influences, the job, negative people at the job. Even when I used to go to the mall and work, everybody was complaining about how slow it was. I'm like, bro, can you stop talking about the damn elephant, the obvious elephant in the room? I know it's slow. Stop talking about the negative. Can you not focus on that? But I say that if I can understand that it might be on a larger level now, but you got to understand, these people never learned how to be spiritual. They were still sheep, and they didn't understand. They still were just functioning on a symbolic low level. We didn't understand how to hold on to the Most High in Christ during adversity yet. We just didn't know it. So as you're reading about how idiotic it seems for Israel to be mutinous after 3 days, how many days can you stay potent for? How many days can you stay spiritual, positive, and strong before you start to break down? For them, it was 3 days. I bet you $1 million at one time in your life and the knowledge you were at 2 days before you broke. Maybe not now. You might be like 5-day warriors. You might be able to be potent for 5 days, or a week, or 2 weeks, maybe even a month. But if you have a breaking point, you also know that when you were young, your breaking point was way earlier. And if I can understand that I can be potent for a certain period of time before I break, then we have to have understanding. Listen, and I'm bringing this out not to make excuses, but to put yourself in another person's shoes so you can understand what the battle is and why Israel can break. Why Israel, and when you're angry, when you're sad, all you do is reminisce. How can you say that Egypt was better? We left a great place. You was a slave in this great place. You was getting your backs broken. You was sitting back here having to work in inhumane conditions. But I'll take an inhumane condition versus just have faith. That's what it is. I'd rather be in an inhumane condition than have faith, but that is what we all face. Because it takes faith to actually change. It takes faith to see different results in each and every one of us. It's easier to be comfortable in your own vomit and just accept the benefits and accept the downside of being in your own vomit. It's easy to do that. I see brothers, I see sisters, they'd rather be alone and keep their attitude and their negativity than to sit back here and learn how to submit and gain a husband. I see brothers do it too. I see brothers sit back here and rather hold on to their way and be comfortable but not really happy than to sit back here and change, take the risk of change in hopes that you can actually improve your life because you accomplish things. Listen, most people in life hate themselves and hate their lives because they don't accomplish anything, but they'd rather not accomplish anything and be unhappy than to be uncomfortable and learn how to accomplish something and eventually feel better. I hope what I said makes sense, because that's what people face every single time. I'd rather be comfortable, not grow, but at least, and hate myself. I'd rather do that than try and deal with the fact of looking bad and possibly failing versus learning that if you don't do it, you won't grow and be happy. Anyway, I think I've explained that enough times, but read on. I'll keep going as it continues to go. And to blame Moses, yes, sir.
Book 3, chapter 13, and that where were we at?
And to blame Moses. You got a book.
Okay,
my book is
gotcha.
my wife's book is old. I don't have those numbered scenarios.
It says, and to blame Moses for the misfortune they had suffered in their travels, and that when he had persuaded them to leave a good land, they at once had lost that land, and instead of the happy state he had promised them, they were still wandering in the present miserable condition, being already in want of water.
So this is another thing. What people don't understand is that you can't get to a good place unless you get uncomfortable first. People think when they hear about a good situation or a blessing, or even how the Bible is supposed to be the good news. It's supposed to be the good news. But what's the good news? The good news is that you finally have a method that you can cleave to find success. That's the good news. But what people don't want to accept, people just want to jump right to the good news. People want to jump right to the success, to the end result. But what people don't understand is you can't get to the end result unless you suffer discomfort. And this is what the people didn't understand even back then. They thought that Moses, quote unquote, the Most High, was going to take us out of Egypt and immediately grant us a blessing of a kingdom. We didn't understand that we had to work and learn how to function spiritually to earn the kingdom, to gain the kingdom. We had to suffer discomfort and sacrifice and lose to get to the spot that we wanted. And that was our spiritual immaturity talking. Because most people want good things. Everybody wants good things. But most people don't know how to work hard to attain the good things. We all want blessings. We all want the Most High's approval. We all want the Most High's acceptance. Everybody in this room, everybody out there in the world does. But nobody, a lot of us, just don't understand how hard it takes and how hard you have to work mentally and outlook-wise to gain it. And this is what we didn't understand. We wanted to blame Moses. We wanted to blame everybody. Even the funny thing was even the lack of water, or how they were running low on water. It was 3 days they were running low on water. But leading up to Sinai, they were low on water also. And the Most High provided water for them before. If he provided water for them before, why wouldn't he provide water now? The first time they were complaining and murmuring, the Most High didn't kill them. He didn't kill them. And Moses sat back here and talked with them and communicated with them. Most High was a lot more patient when they were complaining from the time that we got out. Because don't forget, as soon as we got out from the Red Sea, they were complaining too. As soon as we left and we sang our songs of praise, like in Exodus 15, and we started going to Sinai, they were complaining. He didn't kill them then, because he even understood even more that they didn't know him. The Most High didn't introduce himself formally. So he's like, okay, man, you know what? Moses, just teach him, show him. So Moses taught him, calmed him down, and he got him water immediately. If you remember the story. Then they got to Sinai, and they were complaining when they got to the well, the water was bitter. They were losing their mind. So then they went and got some more water. It worked out for them. Most High winked at them. Finally got to Sinai, did all the instruction, the teaching, the training, the lessons. Didn't listen. He sat back here and stung them for the calf incident. But then he's like, okay, I taught him, I showed him who it was. Okay, now we're about to leave. We won't get the same problems. And immediately, 3 days after, we're tripping about water again. And this is when the Most High gets pissed off, because now it's like you're spitting in my face. Everything I did for you, you still don't appreciate me. And he's going to sit back. He's going to sit back and deal with them accordingly when we get back to Numbers. I'm going to need you to go to Numbers 11 when I call you. Listen.
I'm sorry, just something to prove that?
Yeah.
To go along with that? Deuteronomy chapter 8, 15 and 16?
Let's do it. Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 15 and 16. Let's do that.
Deuteronomy chapter 8 and verse 15. Who led thee through the great and terrible wilderness. Therein were fiery serpents and scorpions and drought, where there was no water. Who brought thee forth water out of the rock of flint. So I was bringing the water.
Mm-hmm.
Who fed thee in the wilderness with manna, which thy fathers knew not, that he might humble thee, and that he might prove thee, to do thee good at thy latter end.
I just want to show also on 15. He says he provided a water out of the rock of flint. Flint is the second hardest rock in the world. And he's showing you, I can sit back and provide water and sustenance out of any condition, out of any hard, difficult, unmovable condition. It doesn't matter. I can still provide the water and the sustenance. Then it said, who fed thee in the wilderness, obviously with manna. And it says that he might humble thee and that he might prove thee to be good, to do thee good at thy latter end. It was exactly what we talked about. You're going to have to learn to trust me before I give you everything I'm about to give you. Because if we didn't learn to trust him, do you think they're cursing him out in 3 days? What if the Most High would have gave them everything they wanted? They would have got to Canaan. They would have said they got Canaan. It was their power, their hands, their might that allowed them to attain to the top of the line with Canaan. Well, the funny thing is, the Most High was softening these cats up in Canaan. We read it all the time. I think it was in Wisdom of Solomon 12. He was sending murder hornets and killing them by the thousands. He was putting plagues and all type of pestilences to these people to where they were already getting softened up. All we had to do was show up, bro. The funny thing was, by the time we got to Joshua, they were running. They were running. They didn't want it. They didn't want to fight. He's showing that the battle was already won. But this is the lesson for us. He just wants us to cleave to him all the way. The answers, the results there on the back end. But I can't tell you. No, let me take it back. I can't let you see how it's done. I've told you it's done. But I can't let you see it. Because if I let you see it, then where is the faith? Where will you learn to cleave to me? Because it was still about cleaving to me under the pretense that I might lose out. That's what faith is. It's the evidence of things not seen, or the evidence of things not seen, the substance of things hoped for, right? I'm hoping for it. I hope it's there. I can't touch it with my own hands, but I trust that if I stay in line and in order, I will receive what I'm looking for. But that dynamic of not knowing, but having to be in order is essential to gain the lesson. So it's going to look like there's no water. It's going to look like I'm going to be out here and pass out and die. But if you don't go through that experience, you can't ever learn to trust. The idea that I might lose, the idea that we might roll snake eyes with this Israelite thing has to be present in our head to make the battle a real battle. What's that?
I was saying, when it tells you unto the pure, all things are pure.
Yeah.
That's where the test comes from. You
Yes.
got both sides.
Because you know what the pure is? Pure is a choice.
Yes.
Pure outlook is a damn choice. I got to choose because you're going to see 80% evidence to say this ain't the way, bro.
Or 90.
You have a very,
99.
listen, the more logical brain you got, the more of a battle it's going to be. Because I can logically see how this ain't making no damn sense.
At all.
This is what are we
I
doing?
ain't taking L. It's an L.
Don't forget why. Listen, the people were so pissed that Moses went south versus going north. You know, why you just go north? That's 2-3 days, bro. Yeah. It'll be over. And you gonna go in the worst desert part of the land? What are you doing? That's like, listen, man, you going to Vegas? Ain't nothing out there in Vegas. It's just sand. You could have went down this path where there's food, there's vegetation, and there's water. This is it. That's logical. He said, no, you're going to go the hard path and then come back up in this damn triangle, this damn V shape. You going like that. What's that at?
I was saying that because it looks like you brought us out here to kill us.
And you brought to kill us, and we're just spinning our wheels. We're just spinning our wheels, doing busy work, walking in place.
And it shows how Israel hasn't changed because it's the same thing with Christ when he was on the ship.
Yeah.
The tempest started to break. They were waking him up like, yo, we finna die. Christ was like, come on. I mean, I brought y'all out here. That's what we want to do. Yeah.
Listen. I'm sitting back here making 2 fish turns and feed a whole damn people. And I'm going to bring you here to die in the water. But once again, it just shows we don't understand. And listen, we can clown all we want. We be scared as hell too when when our battle.
Yeah.
We can sit back and logically see, oh, they don't have faith. We can say that. These ridiculous Jews, what are they thinking? Silly rabbit. You know what I'm saying? Tricks are for kids. We can sit back and say that. But you know what? In our own battle, I don't understand, Father, what you're putting me through. What are you trying to show me? Follow and get in order? That's what I'm trying to show you. We all, and I say that from me down. I'm not absolving myself from anything. Because I can sit back here. Your wisdom, our wisdom, is really based on as far as we can see. Or as far as we've experienced. But when you're in a situation when you ain't experienced something, you ain't so smart anymore. And those are the facts.
The answer just ain't coming.
You ain't got there. You're like, I don't know what to do. Father, what are you trying to show me now?
God, because how many of us are going through changes when that water would cut off?
Hell yeah. Listen.
We had that little week that water wouldn't cut on, that heat cut off.
Brother.
We was going through changes.
Everybody was going through changes. Hell yeah.
Like you said earlier, it's that choice. We all, from top to bottom, get put in that position one way or another, and it seems impossible. Yeah. Are you going to make the choice to go through it and trust the Most High is going to come through?
And the going through it, all you can control is your outlook. Because that's what he's looking at. Listen, I don't care how smart you are, or how methodical you are, or how put together you might think you are. He's not looking at how strategic you can be. Because I'll tell you what, the most strategic person is also the scariest person. It's the person that got a lot of fear in him too. And he's not looking at that. He's looking at how is my outlook? How is my temperament? How is my mindset? Can I keep it together when everybody else is losing their shit? Because that's what he's looking at. That's what made Moses so great. Everybody was turning up. Everybody, listen, the first of it was all holding rocks. Get a rope. They was all sitting back here ready to get him. He kept it cool. You can't fake that either. You can't fake composure. You can't fake faith. Either you're living it or you're not living it. So for each and every one of us that are going through battles, what he's looking at is our outlook, our mindset, our patience. How patient are we? How composed are we? Are we standing in the scriptures? Are we reading? Are we communicating it out with brothers? Because these are the ways we were given to work out our issues. You read through Job. What was they doing in Job? They were counseling, talking through it, communicating through the issues to make sure, even if they were in the wrong mindset, iron was sharpening iron. If I'm not sure, I better talk it out and counsel it out to people that I know are going to push me to strength to sustain my purity of outlook. So I don't let my negative outlook ruin me from the inside. But this isn't the method that we took. We want to blame. Because most of us, when we're going through battles, we want to blame the people around us. We want to blame the people that we want to put a villain to our battle. So Moses was the villain. When it's us, our husband's the villain. When it's in our homes, it's the brothers are the villains. Somebody has got to be the damn villain. And it's not just the Most High putting you through something. Because that's how we have to maintain it. If I start looking outward, I miss the lesson. The lesson is, hey man, you guys got to learn faith. You didn't learn faith when we was walking down towards Sinai. You don't think you got to go back and learn this going up? We missed the lesson the first time. We were supposed to trust that water is there. Listen, why would the Most High send all these thousands of damn animals? I got all these damn sheep. You want me to kill these sheep in your name? You want me to sit back and take these sheep and these animals and sacrifice, put my hand on their head, cut their throat, wash their feet, go through all this elaborate sacrificing party so that they can die in the wilderness? And I can't do it. Well, we don't think like that because we're scared. Because we let everybody else's panic affect us. But you know what? Like you said about that damn Snowstorm. I want to see how all of us mighty men and women of Israel are going to act when there's no HEBs open, when there's no Walmarts, when I forget when the whole like pandemic thing happened. When it started, there was no poop paper anywhere to be found. There was no TP, and listen, we started sitting back here and started stacking canned goods in here. Yeah, I laughed at that. I laughed at the canned good angle, like because I'm not gonna act like I didn't get no canned goods. But my father was bringing out. I hope he's listening probably. If he is, I don't know. Shalom if you are. But he went to buy all this rice, these big containers of rice. I'm like, that's a great idea. I said, but you know what? I can't keep these in my crib. I cannot share them. I can't. Well, that would destroy me. I got racks on racks and racks on rice over here. I got stacks of rice locked up, and everybody's starving. Then I said, okay, war. Okay, we share the rice with the people. We give them a scoop per person. Good blessing to everyone. How long is that food going to last? Man, listen. We can all stack up in our own houses. Come back together. Oh, that food's gone. A month and a half? Then the question hit me. Ding. So the battle starts when there's no food. So whether I stack up for 6 months or a month, he's going to stretch it out until there is no food. Because that was the lesson. The lesson was, how are you going to operate, and are you going to be civil and brotherly and considerate like that woman did when she said, listen, sir, Mr. Elisha, I have a handful of food and some oil. Come eat with me and my son before we die. Would you really think that way? Or would you say, I can split this for 2 more days? Then I could die. How would your mind go? That's the fact. But how would you know until you have one damn can of some nasty green peas left? I am not a big green, or lima beans. That's what I said. You better throw some flavor on that or something, man. I got 1 can of lima beans left, and I got to split this with the whole can. And you got to sit back, and you will see how benevolent you are now. But we're going to get reduced to that. That's when you'll know where you're at as a person. And if I can look at it that way, I can understand the mutiny or that idea of panic. Because I tell you what, when everything was shutting down, there is a little panic kick in there. We can all act tough. Like, yeah, the Most High got us. Most High got us. We can all say that. And I know we all believe that on different levels. But everybody's belief that it's going to work out depends on your circumstance. And that's what we have to understand looking at this. We can see in the mindset we're in, we can see how foolish this is, but look at it. If we can sit back and strip away our comforts and our structure, it'll be easier to see that when your back's against the wall and you have nothing and you can't see, feel, and touch nothing, how was your temperament? Even on the level of temperament, are you snappy now? Are you easily angered? When things don't go your way, easily angered, snappy, frustrated, short with people, less willing to listen, those are showing defects in your spirit. Because I'm supposed to sit back and give freely whether things are working out for me or not. Anyway, that's just something to be conscious of, looking at the insanity of Israel, because we're sitting back here, we didn't have water for a few days. He didn't say they were running low on water. It wasn't like they had nothing for 3 days. The human body can't even do that. They were running short. They didn't have enough to take care of everybody and water the flocks and this mixed multitude that was going bananas. They don't believe in the Most High at all. Okay, so let's go back to Asapah and take this to the Jews. Book 3, chapter 13, first paragraph. In the middle somewhere. What number do you have on there?
I'm at the latter half of 296.
Cool.
They were still wandering in their present miserable condition, being already in want of water, And if the manna should happen to fail, they must then utterly perish.
So it just shows you now all of a sudden their mind was going worst case scenario. If the manna would eventually fail, why would the manna fail if it's been going on for an entire year? It was at least a year that manna was coming. Because that was when they were tripping about food back in the day. We're going to die, Moses. Manna came there. Here's food for you, man. The food was consistent. The point that he didn't even take water and food away. He just made a shortage of water because you're in the stinking desert. I wish I would have known how many days it takes from Sinai to the wilderness of Paran. Because it's hard to get these dates and times, or these times and these distances, because depending on the different archaeological areas where these things happen, they're all different spots. They're not all where they say Sinai is, varies from different maps. And then from there, it varies from where the wilderness of Paran is. Nobody knows. This is damn desert, so we don't have a real idea or tangible idea of how far it was. Hopefully, they would be able, the crazy thing is, they would at least, more than likely, be able to see the cloud from a distance at least. Because they were supposed to follow the cloud. So if they were following the cloud, there was a destination that the Most High set up for them to have. So they would still go. Just get to there and the Most High will take care of you either way. But once again, what he's showing us, he's also showing us focus on the goal, and then he'll take care of the rest from there. Keep my mindset the right way. Stay in the book to keep my mindset pure and just focus on the goal, one step at a time. When you're in your battle, I have to say, I know I got to get here. One step, one step, one step. And each step is my mind right? Is my intention pure? Are my thoughts right? That's what you can control. Okay. So they were tripping. They said, listen, what if there's no water right now? What if they take manna away? We all gonna die. Okay,
Yet while they generally spake many of the many and sore things against the man, there was one of them who exhorted them not to be unmindful of Moses, and of what great pains he had been at about their common safety, and not to despair of assistance from the Most High.
Stop. It said there was one of them who exhorted them not to be unmindful of Moses and of what great pains he had been at about their common safety, and not to despair of assistance from the Most High. Hold that and go to the scripture. I don't have it off the top of my head. It's in Ecclesiastes in the Bible. I think it's 12, where it says 1 man out of 1,000. And I know it's Ecclesiastes. I just have to. Is it 12? It's not 12.
This goes back to your not having to have a large multitude of people.
Exactly. And he's not going to deal with the large multitude. I'm gonna put that in tomorrow. Finish it up, glad. but yeah, that's definitely right. There it is. It's Ecclesiastes 7:28. It says Ecclesiastes in the Bible 7:20. I'll read it. Which yet my soul seeketh, but I find not. One man among 1,000 have I found. Now listen, Mosiah said that Israel was like the sand of the sea. And we were around over 1 million plus people in the land at the time. Including your mixed multitude was probably around 2 million people. And one person spoke on behalf of Moses. That is insane. That is truly insane. The numbers and odds of the people who stand up for what's right in the face of danger. Because everybody was standing up for what's right and was cheering and pom-pomming when things were going good. But you don't know what type of servant you got until their back is against the wall and the chips are down. That's when you know what you got. That's when you know if you got the right wife. That's if you know if you got a brother. A brother is made for what? Adversity. When things aren't going good, you know what kind of brother you got. Like I said, and this is how the Most High determines his servants and the caliber of the people that he's dealing with. And it didn't say which man it was. Maybe it was Joshua. I don't know. I don't know who else it was. It wasn't many. But let's keep going. The multitude thereupon.
The multitude thereupon became still more unruly and more mutinous against Moses than before.
Golly, bro. It got worse than the last time they wanted to kill him before Sinai. Read on.
Hereupon Moses, although he was so basely abused by them, encouraged them in their despairing condition, and promised that he would procure them a great quantity of flesh meat, and that not for a few days only, but for many days. This they were not willing to believe. And when one of them asked whence he could obtain such a vast plenty of what he promised, he replied, neither God nor I, although we hear such appropriate language from you, will leave off our labors for you, and this shall not appear also.
Let's hold off because we're going to read down in Numbers and get back to where we're at and then kind of line it up, because it jumps from them being angry at Moses to, or angry at no water. Now they want meat. They want meats. They want meat. They want to get the meat sweats.
Flesh meat.
They want to get that satisfied feeling. So Thawam, let me get Numbers chapter 11 verses 1 again. Yeah. Matter of fact, let me get you in. That's right. Matter of fact, let me get Thomas Pine. I didn't get you in, then I'll get Thawam in. My fault. Oh, my goodness.
Tazapah, Shal Shabbatah, Rahaban, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Tasapa, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Raban, Ban Yashal. Imagine. Rock. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Okay. Now Thawam, let's get you. I did that one right, man. I was out of gas a little bit, man. I was like, let me do it right, man. Everybody was like, y'all didn't say it, but y'all gave me like, you didn't give your best there award.
Thawam Bracha, Ban Shal Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yashal.
Thawam Bracha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Ashar, Ban Yashal. Imagine. Rock. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Okay, so Numbers 11 and 1.
Numbers chapter 11 and verse 1. And when the people complained, it displeased the Most High, and the Most High heard it, and his anger was kindled, and the fire of the Most High burnt among them, and consumed them, that they were in the uttermost part of the camp.
He said he heard it, he heard the complaints, he heard their anger, and it pissed him off, and the fire of the Most High burnt them, obviously the ones that were complaining, and it consumed them that were in the uttermost parts of the camp. So he really wiped out the mixed multitude. He cut a lot of the mixed multitude out because obviously they were the ones who inflamed it. They initiated it, and then the Jews followed suit, and everybody that followed suit got wiped out also. So what the Most High is also showing was that he was purging everybody heading up to the damn promised land. And that mixed multitude had to go. The mixed multitude that was coattailing, that was just following the power, or that mixed multitude is want to get the hell out of Egypt, and they weren't serious about changing and serving the Most High, had to go.
I'm sorry, you probably already covered this, but who encompassed the mixed multitude?
All the nations.
All of the nations.
The nations and the people that had leprosy.
Okay.
Those guys couldn't stand around the camp. Because there was something in their outlook and their mindset that the Most High just wasn't with.
That's a horrible way to die.
Yes, it is. Fire.
I've been burnt before, bro, and it don't feel good at all.
I can't even imagine it. The question is, I don't know how he did it. Was it like an agonizing burning? Or they was running around like this? Or was it just an immediate wipeout? I would imagine if the Most High's pissed, he made him feel it. I would just imagine that. And that's, oh man, that's tough, man. That's really tough. Then he's like, I'm wiping out all these guys that had the most crap to say. That right there would say, okay, you know what? If the Most High immediately burn up people that was complaining, then obviously he wants me to sit back and wait for this water. I'll wait for some water. I'll wait for a couple glasses. I'll be all right. My throat's not as parched as I thought it was.
He says, those that sin rebuke before all, so others might be afraid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna stop. Okay, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Let me swallow my spit.
Yeah, I'm good. Because what he's saying is, listen, everybody. That was just another example of him having to purge this group of people, and he gave everybody a chance to first go around in that first year. He wasn't sitting back here playing games with them no more. Not this second time. You want to die, because this crap continues to fester in the nation. Okay, so he burnt a whole lot of cats on the outside of the camp, and he was burning Israel inside. Read on.
Verse 2. And the people cried unto Moses.
Now you want to cry. Now you want to throw the rocks down, the stones down. Now you want to talk to him. Get out of here, man. Read on.
And when Moses prayed unto the Most High, the fire was quenched.
And it was crazy. This was still the time when Moses was at his purest. Moses was still very pure at this time. Because in Deuteronomy, he gives them, y'all ain't shit. Y'all don't go out here, y'all don't fall. Y'all better lock into this, because I'm done with y'all. He was done after the end of Numbers. He was done with them. Here he was like, Father, please look after them. They sinned, they didn't know no better. Please, I'm petitioning to stop killing. Can you imagine, like, bah, bah, this fire is just coming down, bah, bah. And people are, bah. Can you imagine how the fire heaven is coming down? It's just like this, boom, boom, boom. That's crazy. And they're crying, and the people are crying, Moses, save us, the fire. It's crazy, man. Anyway.
And he still petitioned for us.
I know. And they were still trying to kill him.
God.
And that's why I said this was Moses still at his purest. You know, it's crazy. The Most High had such a high expectation for Moses, man. His expectation for him was so high. Because he made one mistake and that was it, man.
He's a bad dude, though.
Moses was one of the greatest. Was one of the greatest of all time. He really was. His patience and his mercy, his ability to not take low-level thinking of people personal.
I said he was the meekest man on earth.
And it's all facts.
God.
All facts. But, and once again, his job was to be that intercession between the people and the Most High. He did his job. Read verse 3.
Verse 3. And he called the name of the place Taberah, because the fire of the Most High burned among them. And the mixed multitude that was among them fell a-lusting.
And what's crazy is they still didn't figure it out after the fire. That's what's amazing. After the mutiny and the insanity with this whole group losing it, they still were tripping about. The lusting was the fact that they were, this is the thing. all the fear in the world didn't change them from wanting their old way. And that's what's crazy. The Most High couldn't fear them into changing. He couldn't fear them into or scare them into changing. They had to want to change themselves. They were still lusting for the old ways. Read on.
And the children of Israel also wept again and said, who shall give us flesh to eat?
Now, you know what it also shows you is this. Whether I want to fight and kill and argue and be physical is one way to complain. Crying is another way to complain. Just because they wept didn't mean that they were sincere and they were trying to be good and there was good in them. What it shows is crying is just as full of crap as a person yelling and screaming. I've been saying that for years though. Just because a person is foul-mouthed and got a potty mouth don't make him no more less spiritual than the person who cries in the closet. You don't love me. That's no different than the you don't love me in the closet person. It's no different than the person that wants to cut you with a knife. It's a preference. Do you prefer the butcher knife or do you prefer the person in the closet crying?
They call that passive aggressiveness.
It's am I passive aggressive negative? Or my aggressive negative? Those are the damn choices. It's both BS. But let's not act like one is greater or lesser than the other. It's not. So the people that was crying about the fact they don't got no meat, that they was more spiritual than the ones that wanted to kill Moses and curse the Most High out? No. It was equal opportunity negative.
Still a complaint.
It was still a complaint. It was still a negative outlook. So if I'm crying about wanting to go back to Egypt and live like I did in Egypt, or I'm angry physically and I want to cuss somebody out, don't make me worse of a person. Anyway, those are facts. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 5. We remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely, the cucumber and the melons and the leeks and the onions and the garlic. But
You
now,
know what's funny? Listen, they were detailing the seasoning too. Man, I fried that fish. I remember them fish fries back in the day. I get my Loris, my onions, my lemon on it. Ooh, it was good.
This is how you know it's us, though.
Exactly.
Don't nobody else talk like this.
Exactly the point. It's like my fish fry, huh? What's that?
It's always food.
It's always food. Listen, you talking about the onions and all the details?
Garlic.
Garlic? That's what I'm saying. That's the
Nobody
least.
talks like this.
That's what I'm saying. All the details you putting on the fish. Golly, man. That's exactly what it is,
So
bro.
that stereotype is right. They say watermelon. You watermelon.
But you know, but hold that verse, and I want to go to Luke chapter 9, verse 62. Luke chapter 9, verse 62. Read that.
Luke chapter 9, verse 62. And Yahushua said unto him, no man, having put his hand to the plow and looking back, is fit for the kingdom of the Most High.
Nobody that sits back here and puts his hand to work in whatever battle he's got and is focused on looking back on what he's lost and missed is fit for the kingdom. Because your heart's going to always be where you left. This is why it's so important that your yea is nay, your yea is yea, and your nay is nay. When you make a decision, stick with it and move forward. A lot of our people sit back here and make a decision to serve the Most High, then they regret serving the Most High. And they regret the choices that they make. And they regret the decisions and the lifestyle that they chose. He's like, listen, if you chose me, then embrace me. You chose serving me, then don't look back. Don't turn back. Stop trying to find a way out. Because when you start looking back, you're regretting your decision. And that's the Most High getting pissed off. Because if you was in a marriage and your spouse said, man, I wish I was back with my ex, what are you going to say? Get on there. Get out of here. That's what the Most High is saying. If I'm reminiscing about how I was back in the day, you're saying, man, I don't want the Most High, man. I don't want this lifestyle. He says, you're not fit for me if that's how your mindset is. If that's how you're thinking it. Then I don't want nothing to do with you then. Because the Most High is a jealous power. So these cats talking about the free fish fries after slave work. He like, man, get your ass back to Egypt then. I'm done with you, man. And he can't do that because of what? This was about his name. I'm going to force you through this because of my name's sake. That was the only reason they didn't kill him. And that was what Moses prayed to him down the line when they started tripping again. He said, Father, don't do it because of you. Yeah. I'm running out of ideas. I'm running out of reasons to petition the Most High. Don't kill him because of your name's sake. What good is killing him out here and you take him out of Egypt? The whole world's going to look at you like you was an idiot. Okay, Moses, you're right. Listen, he had to come up with some quick thinking real quick. He was going to kill them all. Anyway, the point is that he's telling you that the mindset of looking back and regretting serving the Most High, that is the quickest way to get for the Most High to cut you off. You don't want to be in that regretting mindset. What he's also showing, he's trying to train us on how to think purely. He's trying to train us, and one of the keys of thinking purely is not reminiscing. If I want to stay spiritually and mentally strong, I can't focus on reminisce time. I can't live in the past. I have to live in the present and the forward and the future to grow, to change. This is how he keeps us spiritually strong and away from certain aspects of depression. Because most people, when they get depressed, they're focusing on what? What they had 5 years ago, how life was 2 years ago, how life was in this experience. You can't stay potent and think backwards.
Makes you bitter.
Exactly. You have to focus in the front. And if there was mistakes you made in the past, or if you were harmed in the past, I have to focus on the spiritual lesson that I learned from it so I don't repeat what I experienced in the past. That's all you can do. But the constant harping of it cripples you. It cripples you and it destroys you when I keep looking and thinking about what I had, what I could have had, the opportunities. I'm telling you, we all can sit back here and pull out our violin, do this. You know, you got to put your chin on it. There's a little chin rest on those damn violins. You know. Listen, everybody can pull out their damn violin and tell you how life ain't fair. Or I wasted years. I wasted the prime of my life with this Igga. I said Igga. Or this winch. Whoever I want to say. This strumpet. I'm trying to use all the words, but the real words we want to say. Point is, everybody got complaints. Everybody got issues that we can sit back and say, man, I screwed my life. No, you didn't. You had to go through this to get you here. So I can learn to appreciate the Most High, period, point blank, the end. And you got to find out where to cut it off from there. Because if you don't, you're going to keep being angry and pissed and vengeful, and it's gonna show in your disgust towards the Heavenly Father. Yes, sir.
Then we can't forget none of us are innocent.
No, exactly. you don't want to realize that you might have been the Igga in another person's life. Or you could have been the winch in another person's life. You screwed somebody else up too.
Scripture say whoever perished be innocent.
Mm-hmm.
And none of us, we all got blood on our hands.
No doubt. And how many times have my bad habits made another person's battle in the truth or in life that much more difficult? We don't want to look at life like that. We're saints. Everybody's a saint here. We all were just wronged by the world. The world's evil. We were the good person. We're the good guy. Everybody's a good guy in this story. Everybody is a good guy.
Saints in name only.
Exactly.
Nationality only.
Oh my gosh. Yes, in nationality. That's it. By tribe affiliation. That's where it stops. Oh my goodness. But that's so true. In our own head, you know, everybody's the author of their own story. Nobody did no wrong to nobody. It was always a cruel, cruel world, man. But So once again, we can't look back. We're not fit or worthy to get to the kingdom if I sit back and keep reminiscing about what I have, what I don't have, what I should have had. Woulda, coulda, shouldas don't get you nowhere. So let's get back to Numbers chapter 11 and talking about this fish fry Israel kept complaining about that. Listen, whether you the Israelite that wanted the fish that had the fish with the head on, you was cooking it with the head on like this, or you took the head off, you was complaining about your fish experience. Whether you kept the fins in or you took them out, whatever your style, you was reminiscent about it. Fried or baked, whatever, however your situation was.
Cucumbers with vinegar.
That's hilarious. That's like black people talking about chicken wings now. You get some wings, they losing their mind. Anyway, let's keep going. I'm sorry. Let's keep going. Enough about food. Read on.
5 again, or
let's do 5 again. Let's talk about that fish fry a little more, man.
Number
That sounds real good. It really does sound good. Read on now. That's what I'm saying. That's a good fish spot after class, man. No, let's keep going.
Numbers chapter 11 and verse 5. We remember the fish which we did eat in Egypt freely, the cucumbers and the melons and the leeks and the onions and the garlic.
That's crazy, bro.
But now our souls dry away.
Their spirit is dried away. Not the fact they're thirsty. They have no spirit in them now. They're lifeless. They're just so unhappy. But this is our people too. When we don't get what we want, we're unhappy now.
Salty.
We're depressed. For my soul to be dried away, that means I am depressed. I'm unhappy. Life isn't fair. Life isn't good. This sucks. And this is that mindset that the Most High hates. He hates when we have that mindset about ourselves. We're negative, we're angry, we're bitter, we're pissed, we're vexed. I hate my condition and what I'm going through. That spirit, you got to get rid of that spirit quickly. Because you're detaching yourself from the Most High when you think that way. Read on.
There is nothing at all beside this manna before our eyes.
It's crazy, man. All we got is this damn manna, which was supposed to be geared to taste exactly how you liked it. But I'm not going to be appreciative of it. Read on.
And the manna was as coriander seed, and the color thereof as the color of bdellium.
Bdellium. Mm-hmm.
Bdellium. And the people went about and gathered it, and ground it in mills, or beat it in mortar, and baked it in pans, and made cakes of it. And the taste of it was as the taste of fresh oil.
And we understand that the taste of the taste of the manna, it goes into the apocrypha. Angel's food is a word I gotta use. Angel food. Let me see. It is Wisdom of Solomon 16. Wisdom of Solomon 16 and 20. And 21 kind of breaks down how the manna tasted. Read that, somebody.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 16 and verse 20 and 21. Instead whereof thou feddest thine own people with angels' food, and didst send them from the heaven bread prepared without their labor, able to content every man's delight, and agreeing to every taste.
It agreed to every taste bud. Whatever your taste, because everybody has different flavors, have different likes, have different things that they like about food, textures. It says the manna agreed to every person's taste. It was acceptable to every person's taste. Yes, sis.
What scripture said again?
That was Wisdom of Solomon 16, verse 20 and 21. The manna adjusted to whatever your taste buds were. Some people might like the taste of meat, others lamb, others whatever. Spicy, mild. It adapted to every person's taste buds. Read on.
Verse 21. For thy sustenance declared thy sweetness unto thy children, and serving to the appetite of the eater, tempered itself to every man's liking.
So whatever flavors you was into, it was provided for. Whatever you liked the most, it was, and we still didn't appreciate it. Now, what I've read in other documents, they say this, that the manna, based off your outlook and your temperament to the Most High, would change the taste. So if you was an appreciative person, if you were appreciative to what the Most High gave you, it tasted really well. But if your outlook was negative, it tasted worse and worse and worse and worse. And you know what? It doesn't go into that in the Apocrypha or the Bible, but I can believe that. Because that's how the Most High is. You know what? The funny thing is, even if you have a negative outlook, the food you eat now sucks. I'm not going to name names. Somebody in my family, I love them dearly. But every day they get a meal, they're complaining about how it's not the same as it was before. And I'm like, dude, it's literally the same. It tastes the same. But if your head and your mind tells you there's something wrong with it, it's something wrong with it. I've been around people that can just see the worst in things. And if they see the worst in things, it's going to be the worst in things. If they're unhappy with something, then nothing's going to actually ever meet to the standards of what their expectation was at a certain time in their life. For those of us, some of us, if the 80s was a shit, there is no other music that's made in the 90s and up that can match the 80s. I've talked to people like that. They'll say the 60s or the 70s music, but if it ain't the 70s, it ain't good music. What? Are you serious? There is no other quality musician, but you got to have a fro and them damn Fu Manchu beards. And that you got to have that and play music for it to be the hot stuff in the streets. But a lot of us are like that. If it's not a certain thing, a certain way, then it's not good enough. And in our mind, we're saying is where our mind was at, it wasn't the fish in Egypt. So whatever you give me ain't good enough. And based off that, I can easily see the Most High making that manna taste staler and staler as your outlook sour towards the Most High. And once again, that's not in the scriptures, but I've read it in side articles. It was explained that way. And I can see how the taste and the flavor just departs based off the sourness of your attitude.
And you know, a conscious person would appreciate something like that, because that would be an indicator that, hey, I'm tripping. I need to get my spirit
Exactly.
together. Conscious person.
A conscious person. But a person who's into themselves and is, I'm mad, I'm out here in the sun, I'm walking, I'm pissed. You know what? This lesson is all about, can I maintain a good perspective in my life? Whether Paul talks about, I think it's in Philippians 4:12, that he knew how to be abound and abased. He understood how to, like, when things were good, not get too high. When things are bad, not get too low. Because read that real quick in Philippians 4:12. Read that.
Philippians chapter 4 and verse 12.
Uh-huh.
I know both how to be abased and I know how to abound.
Listen, when it's not your time to shine, can you accept it? And can you be okay where you're at in your life? Because there's gonna be times when you have money in your pocket, and there's gonna be times when you got that negative, you get that negative joint in that account. Can you sit back here and be okay when you can pay your bills on time? Because I like to have my bills on time. I don't like sitting back here having pink slips. Well, it's the yellow letter first. It's the white letter when you're okay. The yellow letters are, hey, bro, you're a little late. Pink and red is when, listen, bro, you about to get cut off. And then after you get cut off, you got to pay the reconnect fee on top of the bills. Is that damn stress. I don't like living like that. So I like paying my bills on time. But you know what? There's a season when you ain't going to pay your bills on time. And then you got to call all your bill companies and start stretching out extensions and making partial payments and sitting back here and paying low here, doing this, robbing Peter to pay Paul. There is a season where that's inevitable. And when that season is here, can I be content? Can I not lose it? Can I understand this is just a period? I'll get back on top. And then when things are good, do you lose your mind? You sit back here blowing money fast, just spending bread, just buying, having things and getting things, and just doing things because you got bread? Or can I be tempered either way? And Israel, obviously, when it was in Egypt, couldn't just appreciate the fact that the Most High has given us our daily bread. He's given us just enough to get by, and can I be content with the fact that I'm just getting by? I'm living, I'm not dead. There was a joke back then, but did you die? No, I didn't die. I didn't die. I'm okay. I'm here, and I got past. We're getting to our place where we're going to habitate. Let me just get there. Let's just get through this discomfort, and eventually we'll be okay. He's showing us it is a mindset to think that way. Read on.
Everywhere and in all things I am instructed both to be full and to be hungry.
I know when to be on top, and there's a time when you're going to be hungry. And can I accept that about the Most High? And am I angry at the Most High when there's going to be a time when I'm hungry? Or am I only loving the Most High when I'm getting something out the deal? That's what he's trying to see. Can I be appreciative when I'm up or down? Or in the middle? Read on.
Both to abound and to suffer need.
It is unavoidable that you're going to experience both phases in life. And when my conditions change, does my outlook sour? That's the point. And the thing is this, when things are going good, does that mean the Most High is extra in loving me? Because people think that, oh, Most High's really with me. Yes, he's with me. I got money. No, it's okay. He's got me. He got me when I'm broke too. Yeah. So I can't get so high and up when I got something he's blessed me with. Something cool. That's cool. I appreciate it. But I'm not losing my mind. Because if I'm as high as I get when I get blessed, I'm going to get that low when I'm not getting blessed. So I have to maintain appreciation evenly across the board. And that's what Paul is saying. When Paul was being shipwrecked and getting stuck, getting bitten by poison damn snakes, he was still cool with the Most High. When he was opening up churches all across the damn country, he was cool. It was the same. Let's keep going. Are we finishing verse 12?
Yes.
Okay, let's go back to Numbers 11. We'll get past the melon verse, man. We're going to go back to this. That melons really hit me this time for some reason, man. The melons and the fish shot, they were really tripping on that. And it was back they were crying. It was the alligator tears. Yes.
I was going to say, being a single parent, my daughter and I, we struggle sometimes, and sometimes we have to go like somewhere in pantries or for food or stuff like that. But I found that in those instances, it wasn't so much to teach me, but to teach us to trust and, trust Most High was going to take care of us.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just for me, but it was for her and people around me. And then for me to learn to not always, like my mom, to step in and say, my mom would come over, she would bring me food. Sometimes I wouldn't ask for anything, but it was just waiting and depending on Most High to be there. And in those instances, I found that we ate healthier and better when I didn't have.
And the crazy thing is, people don't look at suffering and sacrifice as an opportunity. Really, when you're losing, when you don't have your bills covered, when you don't know when your next meal is going to be exactly, that is an opportunity to get closer to Heavenly Father. Because in a country like this, a place like this, when things are so readily accessible to you and easy to get, it's very easy to forget the Most High. It's really easy to forget the Most High because everything is laid out for you. It's easy. Nobody's missing meals. Nobody's really stressing on anything. You can sit back and create your life to where it's very comfortable, easy, and predictable. So the low times are the rare opportunities where you get to cleave to the Most High, learn to trust Him. And if you really understand that, then you can understand that I need to, this is advanced thinking, or consciousness, I need to proactively put myself in uncomfortable positions so I can maintain a strong relation with the Most High. Now, when I'm young and I'm learning, I have to learn when I'm up cool, when I'm down to trust. But the power is in cleaving to the Most High. The power is in and so putting myself in a situation where I have to trust him. That's where the power is. And that's not necessarily about a financial or a money thing, but when I am submitting myself to where I am in a situation where I have to trust the Most High, for the Most High to come through, that is how we can maintain our power. So many of us who have everything fixed and stable, it's harder to stay conscious of the Most High because there's nothing that pulls me in that direction. Because I don't have to stress. I don't got to think. I don't got to sit back here to study to keep my thoughts pure because there's nothing to stress about. But when you're in situations where you have to trust him, that's how you can. That's how you feel you're closest to him. But our people didn't look at it that way in Egypt. Like, yes, there's no easily accessible to water, but this is an opportunity for me to learn how to look at the Most High purely and trust He's going to come through. Those are opportunities to power up, but we didn't understand. Yes.
I'm probably exaggerating, but for the extreme, it doesn't mean running out into traffic. You know, most guys got me. I'm not going to hit the car again.
Yeah.
You got, you know, some people.
Yeah, I want you, because some people sit back here and want to test the limits of faith.
Right.
I'm not saying it. Thank you. Okay. Because some people in TV land might sit back here and look at it that way. But it's just about, it's a difference between dealing with the ups and downs the Most High puts in your life or subjugating your life to a life of putting yourself last.
Or circumstances that'll get you closer to the Most High.
Exactly.
And they're difficult for you, or
yes.
They're not, you can see it's not going to be
Or
easy.
to be specific, another way you can look at it is when I'm constantly fighting my battle in my life, however my life is situated, and I'm constantly fighting myself, breaking myself, trying to change what's inside of me, the process of changing what's inside of me keeps me cleaving to him also. Breaking, whether it's pride, outlook, whatever the situation is, can I keep breaking me? Because the more I break myself, the more I force myself to break myself, forces me to cleave to scriptures to keep me strong. Okay. It's just a pursuit of discipline, which is the love of the Most High. Okay, so let's keep going to Numbers. 11 and 9. Cool.
Numbers chapter 11 and verse 9. And when the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. Then Moses heard the people weep throughout their families.
Weeping is anger and discontentment with the Most High. You know, the Most High was just upset with Israelite that they just weren't happy. You know, sometimes, even in a marriage, sometimes you try to do everything you can for your partner. You try to teach them and counsel them, and they're just not happy. You try to help them. You try to show them the benefits of living this life, and it's just they're just not happy living this life. You can sit back and deal with brothers the same way. You try to sit back and, yeah, man, there's power in suffering. The beauty of Christ and the brother, they're like, shit, I'm still unhappy.
Yeah.
This doesn't do it for me. And that the reality is serving the Most High. When we teach class, when we sit back here and go in the scriptures, the goal is to get people hooked on the strength and the power of Christ. But in doing that, sometimes people just don't like living their life that way. A lot of people don't just like living their life serving the Most High and putting themselves last. And that the idea of putting their lives last and serving the Most High and changing and studying and all the stuff that's required to stay strong, some people just are very unhappy with that life. And this is an example of it. The idea of people having to live their life and have faith in the Most High is depressing to people. Makes people feel sad that I got to live my life waiting on the Most High. I got to live my life for the Most High. We mentioned earlier, Moses said, yeah, Levi, Most High had great plans for Israelite. Levi, you're not going to war. You're just going to be for me. And you're going to sit back here. Merari, you're going to build tabernacles and break them down, put these big old wood pieces and these metal bolts into a damn wagon and walk them off. Now, the Merari cats, you don't think somebody gets, I don't want to be a wood guy. I don't want to be just building crew. I want to sing. You know what I mean? And, you know, Israel was sitting back here. I have aspirations. I want to sing and dance. I want to be an artist. You don't give a crap about you're an artist. Because there's certain, listen, all of us have kids, and everybody ain't the athlete you want them to be. So sometimes they want to be rappers and artists. You're like, okay, you're a rapper, bro. Okay, you're a rapper, bro. Let me show you some more practical things. But they want to be something else. Most like, I don't care what the hell you want to be. You can be lifting up this damn wood And you're going to be putting these bolts in this wood. And you're going to break them down and put them back up and put them in the damn wagon. I mean, the idea of serving the Most High the way He wants to be served makes people weep. Because they don't really want to accept the role the Most High has chosen for them. And this is the other level. You know, there was the displeased Israelites. They were the cast in anarchy. They was angry. And there was other people that were just unhappy serving the Heavenly Father. Unhappy doing the duty that the Most High chose for them. And this was why, eventually, He let all these Israelites die off. Because He can't do nothing with you if you just haven't accepted the role He chose you to be. A lot of us haven't accepted the role that we were chosen to function in. And if you don't accept the role, He can't do anything with you, so you will eventually wither out. Yes, sir.
And so for a lot of us, it's difficult, especially at times now, because you got the world that factors in.
Yeah.
And it has a lot of influence. And you got to learn how to teeter-totter and deal with the world.
Mm-hmm.
Working at a job. Okay, I have a certain work relationship or
Yeah.
relationship dealing with those that are here, and I'm trying to be cordial.
You got to cut it off and cut it on.
You got to know where you go with it, because there's influences that come from both sides.
Now, don't forget, it says 3 days out, they were looking at mansions. What were they looking at?
Yeah.
Man, he gets to do vineyards. I want to do vineyards. I don't want to lift these. Listen, I keep talking about Merari. They had a tough go at the Levite side. Merari, listen, the Gershonites, yeah, you had to get the rugs and the carpets and the cloths and the sheepskin, the goat skin. Merari was lifting real wood, man.
Construction crew.
It was construction crew
Day
every day, B.
Day labor every day.
Thank you, day labor, right? You're day labor for the Most High, right? Damn. And just as you was born in one family, you're born to be a day laborer from the 25 to 50. He said from 25 to 50 shoe program. 23-hour-a-day lockdown, son. I'm sorry, I had to bring that out. Yes, sis, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, so this had to have been something that was ingrained in them from way, way back, because if they were slaves in Egypt,
Mm-hmm.
then this inclination to want to do something else would have already been there, right? Because they had been laborers, we had been laborers.
It's
while
different.
we were
It's different being a slave in America than being a slave in a camp. I'm gonna tell you why. If I'm a slave in Egypt, they got my fry. I can eat my fish when I want. I still have my little getaways I can do in the world to circumvent my slavery. There was something about serving the Most High morally and spiritually where you didn't get the vent you would get in the world. It's about the vent, what kind of vent you get. That's what makes people in our realm hate this realm more than the obvious slavery that we deal with in the world every day. The difference in vent. It has to be that. I can vent different in the world. I can sit back and find a vice that I can attach to give me a mental break. Here, you're working, you're grinding, you're construction crew, you're day labor for 25 years of your life. And listen, the tabernacle was this little rectangular box. The Levites had to stay in that box. They were in a box. Because when you read about the tabernacle and the Levites, Merari was on top, Gershon was on the left, the Kohathites were on the bottom, and Moses and Aaron and the high priest were on the right, on the east wing. So Merari was on the top, just chilling, bro. Everybody, all the other priests, all the other tribes were in tents, living their life, and they explained it in the Josephus like it was like a flea market. They were like paths that you can walk through in these tents to buy and sell from people. Because that's how the tents were on the outside. You go out here, you can shop, chill, do your thing. Most said, nah, Levi's here in this box, baby. We doing servant life. 25 to 50, you're mine. That was it. Everybody else, from the inside out, there were different levels of freedom. It was rigid, no freedom here. A little more freedom here amongst the 12 tribes. And then these other guys can do what they want. The leprous cats. Till you figured it out. I mean, the leprous cats had to keep praying and figuring it out. And when they got right with when the Most High was like, okay, this guy's ready to change, he tightened up his skin. And you get back in. But if you was tripping and you didn't fight what was in you, you was going to be out here in the woods, solo hiking, solo chilling. That's it. Once again, the further out you have more freedom, but you had less protection. The Levites had less freedom, but they had all the protection. It was right next to the ark. He wouldn't let nothing happen to them. But the more protection, the less freedom. The Most High sat back here and had all these plans, these great ideas, these grandiose plans for the Jews. The Jews didn't want what the Most High had for them. The plans that we had in our mind was different than the Most High's plans. Half the battle, what is it? Half the battle is about accepting. Can I accept the plans the Most High got for me? To sit back here and tap into my strength? That's half the battle. But Israel was weeping. This level of frustration and animosity was the fact that they just couldn't get what they wanted in their life, man. They couldn't live their life and accommodate the Most High's expectations for them. That's our battle too.
Which all goes back to outlook.
Yes.
Because that's the difference.
Exactly.
How you look at it.
1,000%. Can we sit back here and mentally accept his requirements for us? Whether I'm walking from Sinai to Quran, or if I'm accepting the job requirements he has for me, can I accept it and embrace it? Or do I fight it and cry and weep because I'm not getting the life I'm living? Listen, whether it's being a Levite and being separated from everybody, or you're just not supposed to eat what you want right now. Not only can you not eat pork and all the abominable things, you can't even have the fish. I can't have fish. You're not taking one of my pork. You take a black man's pork, guy. That's a devastating move right there. Or the 9.5 tribes pork. Come on, man. That is a death blow.
The fighting words out.
I'm telling you, it's a death blow to Israel. Right? Now you take away the unlawful stuff that we love. Now I can't eat my fish or my meat. Ah, bro. And then you know they sit right here. How come I can't have this ox right here? They was walking with sheep and goats and bullocks. I can't eat this bull. How come I can't? Oh, the bull's for you, huh, Father? Everything's for you, huh, Father? Everything's for you. Thanks. You don't think they were thinking that? How come everything's for you?
That's the devil's advocate act.
I'm telling you, right? And you don't start thinking that. You were cool when you were sitting there, you had your water, you had your access to things in the temple. In the tabernacle, it was cool. When you start walking, you're sweating, it's getting hot, your feet are burning, and you're like, dude, why are we doing this, man? Well, them sandals are on fire. I don't know if you've been to the beach. I don't know. I can't say this has sandals. But if I'm in the beach and you have sandals, that hot sand is getting up under them, getting in the middle between your feet and them shoes. And it's hot as hell. Anyway, my point is when you're sweating, you're aggravated, then your mind starts going into the whys. Why am I always losing? I'm not getting nothing from me. You know the most I guaranteed us for his servitude, for him coming first, he guaranteed protection and peace of mind. But protection and peace of mind wasn't enough for us. We wanted protection, peace of mind, and something not to deal.
Have your way.
And to have our way. And we didn't accept. You weren't going to have your way.
That to me.
You were going to have to follow an office. It was either an office, a job, or a routine that completely inconvenienced you. Whether it's the Levites having to be the sacrifice guys, or you're getting your butt up sacrificing X, Y, Z all the damn time. Somebody was going to be inconvenienced, and it wasn't going to be the Most High. And the idea of having to adjust to that level of change broke us. We were okay to sit back here, be slaves. I get my time, I get my food, I get what I want. We accepted that. But this new change of expectation broke us. Yes.
I would say, to me, the difference between being in slavery when you had your downtime, that you weren't working, there were no limitations. You could go do whatever
That's
you
the
want
point.
to do.
But see, and that's the difference between the Most High and the nations in the world. Servitude with vice, servitude with no vice. That was the Most High. You had to serve me with no vice break. Because people get by life through vices. Smoking, drugs, women.
Party.
People work 5 days a week to get to Friday night. Just got paid Friday night. Burp, 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 burp. Burp, 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 burp. Listen, people live their life just to get to Friday is what they say. Friday. Listen, people work Monday through damn Friday in the daytime to get to Friday.
They even put God in there. Thank God it's Friday.
Yeah. They get to Friday, then they try to double up, turn up on Saturday, then they're okay with winding down with the family on Sunday. Now I sit back here and get my grind, my slavery again from Monday to Friday. But the Most High is like, you're going to serve, work, grind with no vent. Don't drink too much. Can't smoke. Can't run chase women. Can't go run chase men. Nope. Grind. Find happiness grinding and then serve the Lord. Sabbath is my day. Friday, listen, now the Most High's day replaces Friday. So now it's not Friday no more. It's Friday. It's Friday. Okay. I'll serve. I'll come to class.
4 hours.
There's a Friday night class, Saturday day class till 4+. Like, damn. This is Jesus all day long. How much Jesus do I need? Damn, we're reading the hell out of the Bible. All I got time to do is eat a damn taco in the morning, read the Bible, and then it's nighttime. What the hell? Am I right or wrong? I be looking up like, I'm finished with class like, dude, it's like 6 o'clock, bro. Okay, cool. I'm cool, but you look up, the whole Saturday is gone, and in the back of your mind, works Monday, bro. And we might have a council on Sunday with sisters. I'm like, hell yeah. Okay, we're going to party then. We're going to have council day on Sundays now. So you guess what I got? Maybe I'll drink one cool beverage on a Sunday night. And then I'm sitting back here. If I can't drink too much, I have a headache. I have a shitty headache on Monday morning. And it makes my day like crap. Now, can I be okay with that? Yeah.
So that's what people look at from the outside. It's what you can't do, limitations, the restrictions.
Yes.
That's when it looks like.
I don't have the vent. Because even in Egypt, I was worshiping other gods, and we already know when people gonna know about that. You having all kind of crazy parties, because that's what the serving of the gods was. You're indulging the flesh. So you had vents. There's no vent in this realm. It served me. Be happy. I got you. One thing, I got you. These are the rules. Be happy about the rules. Give your spirit to these rules. And you know what? Everything. Listen, I've been teaching a long time, and sometimes I'm so used to like the angles in the teaching that I sometimes forget. Like, damn. Every day I'm telling people that it's about sacrifice and dedication, and to be happy about it. And I got to remind myself, hey, man, this is a major transition for 98% of the world. We're turning up Monday, Wednesday. Listen, these classes are not like Jesus loves the kids type angles, bro. It ain't. These are some real sophisticated, when I say sophisticated, not on a deep level, but sophisticated on a dedication level. That's what I mean. The dedication that's being talked about is like, what the hell is going on? You guys are flipping fanatics.
2 or 3 hours. Like,
you guys are flipping Bible-wielding fanatics that are dropping 30 bars a night of fanatic Bible verses. They're like, what the cuss is going on? And I got to remind myself, I'm like, man, that was a good class. I'm like, if a regular person is listening to this, I'm like, what the hell is this? I got to remind myself sometimes. I'm like, I'm in class again. I got a class with a guy like, this is going to be good. I remember down here, I said, hey, man, we got to take it easy on the people. I'm like, what? This is good stuff. This is good content. They're like, this is too much. We talked about that like 2 weeks ago. Like, hey, man, we got to like take a few plays off, man, and kind of like lighten things up a little bit. He literally told me, I was like, but I'm writing. I'm seeing it. I got some stuff. I've been writing a lot lately. I've been writing a lot of stuff. I'm learning a lot of things, and I'm seeing a lot of things are coming together in understanding for me. And I'm writing a lot of stuff down, but it's like I got to be conscious. I might need to go more basic a little bit and give people a break, because we're not just teaching. Everybody knows our dialect. We're comfortable with it, but there's people online that are like, what the hell are y'all dudes doing? This is turned up. This is extreme right here. And I'm just saying, I got to be conscious of that. Just on a larger scale, because we're like all vets here, been here 5-10 years plus, but we're gonna have another wave of people coming in here, and we're gonna kind of tone it down. I guess in my mind, I'm writing everything I can for when these young cats come in, and I don't mind I'll go into some Deuteronomy and color. We'll get it, salvation again. We'll get it up, but it's almost like these guys don't want to hear about salvation and color, man. We already that 1,000 times. But I'm just speaking for myself. The idea and the expectation. You have a question?
No, well, just like on your point, I hadn't made like any friends outside the truth. Like I think it's been like a year, and I think for the first time, I think this last month, I started talking to this girl, and when I come around her, I wear my dresses. She's like, "Why you dress like that?" For the first time, I was like, I guess I do dress different, know, because when I was around people that dress this way, I don't feel it.
Yeah.
And then around her, she's like, now she's like, is it okay if I come to your house? She's like, I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. And like you can see that even she feels a little bit awkward next to me.
Yeah.
And like we'll talk about certain things, and now I have like a verse that's like, oh well, this is this, and I was like, I would have never a year ago caught myself doing these things.
Yeah.
But because I'm around people that don't.
Yeah.
I feel like a disconnect, and I feel like I can't speak the same way I would to a sister because she knows what I'm talking about.
But my thing to you would be, speak the way the sister spoke to you. Because the funny thing is this.
Because she's always talking about like dudes, and he's cute. I was like, I can't.
And then what you do is tell her, no, we don't do it that way. You know what the thing is this? When you came around these sisters, you had two choices to make. You had one decision to make. Were you going to adapt, or were you going to not adapt? I remember reading in Acts, Paul was talking to Agrippa about the scriptures, and he was the king or one of the heads of Rome. Agrippa said, man, you almost made me a Christian, bro. He said, your conduct and what you were talking about almost made me believe in what you're believing. The goal is to get them, or to get the Tatiana out of her. So she can sit back here and embrace how you carry yourself.
Yeah, so now she'll wear like jackets over.
And you know what? And it's gonna go from jackets. But this is the thing. Her feeling uncomfortable is a good thing. That is not a bad thing. That is a way to teach her. There is a more classier way to carry it. Because all them iggas that she's talking about, the next time that igga breaks her heart or does her wrong, you gotta say, well, if you want to stop feeling this way, change your life. Change your dress. Come to class. Because when you start to change, people will respect you and look at you in a different light. That's how you teach her. You teach her, the best teacher is example. That is the best teacher. Sitting back here and pointing your finger at somebody and telling them they're dirtbags, that doesn't work. Being a good example and being steady and consistent works when they're ready. And I was like, how do you always have to get? Do you have the answers? You have solutions? You're stable? How do you do it? Well,
since you asked,
this is what we do. These are the scriptures, yada, yada, yada. Come to the school. So, what you're learning, you're starting to make those changes. And then people are starting to come around you. Don't adjust to them. Let them adjust to you. Let them come into your world. Just like the sisters were a certain way to get you to come to their world. And you became a better person because you went into their world. The dress code, the conduct. You became better because you made a decision to adapt. Yes?
Yeah. I'm taking it off topic. But what about the children that say they go to school? And the complexities of what a relationship is in school, because like I would teach mine, those are classmates. Those are you associate with the sense of school, but you still deal with them. But the whole friendship and taking it there is different because we're not in the same realm or the same world. But it's giving them an understanding of how do you deal with them, knowing that they're not here. They're going to see things differently. The way that they're going to react to you is differently. If you come in and you're separate, you look different. You act different. They see you different. They'll treat you in a different type of light. But while you're dealing with them, associating with them, they're being their way. So they're wild. They talk about this. They talk about that. I'll tell them, you got to draw your line with where you won't go. If someone starts to speak to you in that way, just let them know, I don't deal there, or I don't roll like that, or I don't do that. And you stand firm to what you are, you'll have an effect on them coming more to you when they see those changes.
And to teach them the best advice you can do is to have a strong relationship with your child, because there's no getting around the fact that there is a level of loneliness that you go through when you're in that fishbowl type of situation. And I wouldn't advise, and this is just me, I don't have the answers on everything. I've tried different approaches to raising the kids. I've tried to isolate them for an early period of time. I tried to homeschool them. I've put them in smaller class schools. They've been in big schools. I've had my kids in all types of different environments. Around Judah, Israel, around Esau. And the best answer is still about having a relationship with your child and putting them in different activities that build their self-confidence. Because if they're going to be Israelites, and they're going to sit back here and detach themselves from the world, they better feel good about themselves in something while they're being detached from this jacked up world. And because, like I said, I am not here to say that sports is the end all be all, because everybody has different abilities as a father or a parent that you can walk your child through. My answer would be walk them through something that you're good at, so you can sit back here and build their confidence up individually, and you can maintain your relationship. And what'll happen is, in whatever you're building them in, they'll have alliances and connections in that realm, and the connection will be based on that. Because if you take interpersonal relationships away from somebody, you're adding other issues, confidence related, in that kid's life that might affect them down the line. So you have to have them interact with people. You can't take that away because these people are negative, or they're going to say bad things to you, because you're going to get talked about your whole damn life. Now that fishbowl is worse, whether it's in middle school and high school, it's worse. But the only way to neutralize it is that relationship you got with them and their little personal vent. Because as kids, it's very difficult to get them to sit down here and read Josephus. It's very difficult to get a kid to sit back here and be enthusiastic about the idiosyncrasies of Numbers 11. We're sitting here like fired up. Kids are like, can I like watch some cartoons right now? I mean, I don't mind coming around, but can I be in the back and watch some cartoons? And that's developmentally okay. Eventually, they will come around and have a greater interest as they grow up. But finding something to build their confidence in the meantime, is important. I don't see any 6'4", 6'5" dads here right now. So I don't think you got to worry about like going to the league. But working on just whatever, whether it's, like I said, swimming, it could be whatever the hell you're good at. Archery, I don't care. Just, can I walk somebody? Can I walk my kid through something to teach them learning skills, how to follow, discipline, competition? Can I deal with loss? Listen, these things are important. The lessons that come behind loss, failure. Failure is an opportunity to get better. So you have to put them through things like that to bring out the best of them. These are essentials in developing a person's character. And if you isolate them from loss, then when the world smacks them in the mouth, they won't know how to handle it. But if they learn it and they're inoculated from youth up, they'll be able to handle what this world's got coming to them down the line. So once again, it's not about the league necessarily, but it's about putting them in things that can develop and build confidence and self-esteem. And you can teach the Bible without necessarily teaching the Bible and throwing a book in their face. Because that's how you teach a younger spirit.
But you have to create that arena.
You have to create the arena, and for every young father, I would say start with something that you're good at. And then if that doesn't take, be humble enough to adapt and to put them into something that they take. Because I've seen dads just put them in something that they want to take, and then when they don't want to lock in, you want to sit back and shake your kid up, and then they sit back here hating anything you put them in. So there's got to be a little adaptability in the situation to develop them. Because even with a younger spirit, until a person learns to love reading and studying, you have to find different ways to stimulate their mind and their spirit. You got a question?
Yeah, so how do you go about, like, inviting someone to come? Because, like, my friend, she has some interest in wanting to come, but she's, like, nervous because she's like, you guys have too many rules. There's lots of things to do. And I was like, and sometimes I don't know how to, because like I said, I haven't made a friend outside of this, or, like, wanting to invite someone. And it's the first time where I'm like, okay, well, you should come, like, on Monday, on Wednesday.
Well, my statement to you will be this. If a sister on the first day, if she doesn't have a headband, hair case, cool. Just let's let her come. Let's let her come first. And then we'll deal with all the rest of the stuff later on. You know what I mean? Just get the person here. If she doesn't fit every expectation, that's not a big thing. We'll work our way to that. If she comes back the second day. Listen, sometimes they'll come the first, they won't come back, and that's cool.
God.
If you make it the second day, now we're cooking. Now let's get the skirt a little lower. Lower, I mean not higher, lower. And then, but even that takes time. All these things take time. We're not gonna do Jezebel. This is Jezebel. Look at her. It takes time to even know where to go find dresses at nowadays, right?
God.
Nobody's tripping. Just come here and everything will be okay. Yes.
No, so even
maybe not on Fridays. Maybe not on Fridays because the screen's pointing outward. But we'll sit back here and we'll work out other days. It'll be okay.
I would say, and even that one day and them not coming back doesn't mean that they're not ever coming back.
Yeah.
You take an example like Shamsh want to tell his story. He showed up the first day for class and was gone for a year. You know, yeah. So you never know. The Most High is going to work it. However, they're going to work it. You introduce it. The Most High is the one that's going to go ahead and work it.
I had an Israelite pamphlet a year before I came to class. A year and a half. I would have came in at like 13 when I had it. So it takes time.
God.
So, you know, planting the seed, having them come to class once, that's how it works. Just get her here. And nobody's, look, who's this heifer coming in here?
Yeah, because we all the same. We all the same.
Ain't nobody looking like that. I'm sorry. These are those old words. I don't know if that's even a real word nowadays. I always go at these old standards.
And just
is heifer like a real word? Example. People say that still.
That's what's creating the curiosity.
But they still say it?
The desire. If you stay firm with it, and that's your no. And always keep that interesting.
I'm sorry, man. Hey, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say what you thought Wab said is true, because I think I met Samson one like maybe 2-3 years before I even came to class.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but back to the question she asked. 1 Peter chapter 3 and verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
It says, likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be warned by the conversation of the wives.
Yeah.
So just like you saying, she's watching you and how you move, your conversations. So she's going to be warned by that. That's why she wanted to come to class now.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 2. While they behold your chaste conversation coupled with fear. You're careful about what you talk about around her. You're not talking the way she's looking at dudes like, hey, this guy over here, this guy, and you ain't talking like that. So she noticed that. You're different. I want to know what makes you different. This is why she's intrigued to come to class. So let her come, and then she'll see not just your behavior, she'll see all the rest of the sisters' behavior and the way they dress and the way they move. And it'll make her either not come back or make her come back.
But whatever you do, not compromising doesn't mean you're being rude.
God.
You're supposed to not compromise and maintain respect and maintain your dignity, but never compromise. But you can always respectfully decline whatever left-hand advances they got, and while maintaining because your integrity is the power that you have to pull them your way. Once you stop maintaining that integrity, you lose everything. You become like them.
It's making known your boundaries.
Exactly, and always reaffirming that, and understanding that like Esau calls it their code. Our law is our code. He's our code. You know, Dex is coming. That's why I was talking about the code. It's coming back. So now I'm thinking about the code again. But whether it's the code or the law, our code is the law of the Most High and the standard that we live by. Esau has their own code that they govern their life by. Yes, sis.
I think that the proper term in 2021 is going to be influencer. You're a Hebrew Israelite influencer in the right way.
Yeah, listen, that's the movement. Listen, we have to set a standard and live by it, and it's not personal. I know a lot of times, I've been really on this verse. Go to John 3:17. This really hit me a few weeks ago, and I've been on it as much as possible since, because it's really hit me, and I really see this verse clearly now. Somebody give me St. John 3:17.
St. John chapter 3 and verse 17. For the Most High sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved.
Now, if we really understand, when Christ came on earth, Christ sat back here, and every person that he came in contact with, he made sure he let them know, based on what level they were at, that they could do more. If he was dealing with the publicans and the sinners, what did he tell them? Repent, for the kingdom of the Most High is at hand. If he dealt with the guy that was perfect in his life from the law, never sinned, what did Christ tell him? Sell everything you got and follow me. And he wept because he couldn't do it. The Pharisees said, you know what? If you're righteous like the Pharisees, you're not making the kingdom. The Pharisees, you guys are all right on the outside, but inside, your heart ain't pure. All Christ did to everybody he came across is say, hey, you guys can do more. But in St. John 3:17, he says, Christ didn't come in the world to condemn you, which means correction, and the sheer purpose of him showing you that you have to change wasn't meant to condemn you. So the problem is people take the condemnation of correction. People get condemned when they're shown they can do more. That's on them. But Christ said, I never came down here to make you feel like crap. I came here to save you. So everything I'm telling you, every correction, every readjustment in your conduct was meant to make you better. The problem is you as a person don't want to take correction purely. You want to take correction as a knock against you, or it's hate, or it's some type of negative coming from the teacher. That was never the intention. As a teacher, our job is to sit back here and show you you can do better in the purest forms possible. That was our job. Now, if you take it the wrong way, it's not my fault that you're taking it the wrong way. There's another verse in 2 Timothy 3 and 6. It's 1 or 2 Timothy 3 and 6. It's 1 Timothy. 1 Timothy 3 and 6. And I want to also do Ezekiel 13. But 1 Timothy 3 and 6. Can somebody read that real quick?
1 Timothy chapter 3 and verse 6. Not a novice.
Now, novice is a new person, a very inexperienced, young-minded person. Read on.
lest being lifted up with pride.
So this young person is lifted up in pride. A person that has pride has an unduly high opinion of themselves, or they hate looking bad. A person with pride is into their image and how they look and how people make them feel. So this is a young person is into how they look and how people make them feel. Read on.
Lifted up with pride, he fall into the condemnation of the devil.
Listen, so he's saying the condemnation that a young person has is of the devil. Because most of us, when we get checked, are so caught up into how we look. The condemnation of the devil is, I'm angry as I look bad. You're busting me out. You're making me look weak. You're exposing my faults. That's the condemnation of the devil. Because that wasn't the intention from correction was Psalms 141:5. Let the righteous smite me, it shall be a kindness. It's a good thing to get corrected. But I take correction as a condemnation, and that was the evil in the correction. It's how you took the correction was evil, not the correction. This is why when Christ was telling the Pharisees, you got to do more. They want to do what? They want to kill him. Because you're making me look bad in front of these people. I'm losing my power, but I'm looking bad. You're undressing me right in front of the whole world. I feel naked. I'm exposed.
And that's the deceit. That's why it comes from the devil. It's deceit because your own mind is tricking you. This person is telling you something that's for your good, but rather than you taking that and
you're
seeing that,
condemning me. You're making me feel bad because you told me the truth about myself, which goes back into Galatians 4:16. Am I enemy? Because I tell you the truth. But this is how people look at correction, like it's a burden and it's attack, and it shows you a young person takes correction that way. But a young person can be an old ass man and just can't take a check. Because he can't see that what's being brought out is for your own good. I'm more concerned with how I look than the truth coming out for me to change.
I wanted to bring out the point that there's the verbal version of it, and then there's the example version of it. So I wanted to bring out, I'll just read it. 1 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 9. For I think that the Most High has set forth us, the apostles, last, as it were appointed to death. For we have made a spectacle unto the world, and to angels, and to men. So when you look at the word spectacle, it tells you a visually striking performance or display, impact. So the way that you comport yourself, your integrity, your boundaries, that has an impact. It's something that the person sees visually, which in turn shows them where they're lacking, or where they're off, or where they're wrong. And that's why they could see that, okay, your dress. Well, I'm saying your dress because I can see how that is better than me uncovered and how it now makes me feel because I can see where the difference is.
But they have to make a choice. Do I sit back here and focus on how you're making me, you're showing me up? Some people are saying, oh, you're showing me up.
Right.
You think you're better than me. Because I'm showing you a better way. You think you're better than me. Or, man, let me embrace a better standard. Let me embrace a better way to do it. Because that's the difference from the class a few minutes ago about the light and the darkness. We're supposed to follow the light, right? But there are varying degrees of light. And if I can understand that there's varying degrees of light, and a person around me light is shining brighter than me, I should be humble enough to embrace the fact that this person's light is brighter than me. Let me embrace the brightest light. Because the brighter the light is, the more darkness is exposed. And am I going to be humble enough to know that my darkness is being exposed, but it's for my benefit? Or the fact that my darkness is being exposed is making me look bad, I don't want to be around you.
I'm a hate now.
I'm going to hate you, and I'm not going to look at you the right way because this light makes me uncomfortable. But Christ said, I am the light that came to the world. You're supposed to come to the light, not run from it. Stop taking the light personal. But we take it personal all the time. But I want to go to one more verse in Ezekiel 13:1.
Ezekiel chapter 13 and verse 1.
From 1 down.
Ezekiel chapter 13 verse 1. And the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, Son of man, prophesy against the prophets of Israel that prophesy. and say thou unto them that prophesy out of their own hearts, hear ye the word of the Most High. Thus saith the Lord God, woe unto the foolish prophets that follow their own spirit, and have seen nothing.
Woe to the foolish prophets that follow their own way, and they haven't seen anything for what's right. Read on.
O Israel, thy prophets are like the foxes in the deserts. Ye have not gone up into the gaps.
The prophets have not gone up into the gaps. What is the prophet supposed to do? He's supposed to look for the gaps in the city. I'm supposed to look for the gaps in the structure of every person around you. Every person that's here, my job is to sit back and see where you're missing and what you're missing to help put putty and stucco in those gaps that are obviously there. That's what teaching is about. Can I fill the gaps? Can I help you fill the gaps? Can I show you what you need to work on to put more mortar into the gaps in your spirit? But there's two ways a person will receive this stuccoing or this repair. I'm going to appreciate it and embrace you filling the gaps, or I'm going to hate you because you're exposing the fact that I got gaps. But whether you a person appreciates the fact that you're showing me I have gaps or not, we got to fill the gaps. We got to at least point out the gaps. And that connects us back to Ezekiel 3 about being a watchman. I got to tell you, you got gaps. So you can help them, and I can show you how to fix them if you choose to fix them. That's our job. As teachers and leaders of our families and in the schools and whatever the case is, we got to help fill the gaps and show you what you need. And we can't be embarrassed or afraid to tell people the truth about themselves through our conduct and through our words. Because the closer you get to her, you got to even be frank with her about her BS conduct. That's because you're going to start seeing a pattern of her flaws keep popping up. And when you see it, you got to have the courage to tell her the truth and not worrying about losing a friend. That's another thing. I can't worry about losing her. Because do you really have her if she's still in the world? You don't got her anyway. The only way to know you got her is to tell her the truth and see how she responds to it. That's how you know you have a friend. Because what you have now is an associate. A friend in training. She's a friend in training. She's an associate that might go either way. So you don't give up on her. But you can't, listen, there's a saying, I can't think about it. A bird in the hand is something. I don't know what.
More than two in the bush.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell that means, but I've heard it before. But it's saying that you can't guarantee it's there until you know for sure. So trying a friend, proving a friend, teaching a friend, that's how you can see what's up. But
then having a bird in your hand is something I already have it.
Yeah.
I don't need to go chase it.
Exactly.
So why am I gonna go chase two in the bush? It's not a guarantee I'm gonna catch those.
Exactly.
But I got this one in my hand.
And what you got in your hands is sisters. They're your friends. Those might be your friends. So you use what you've learned and the bonds you've got from your friends and fish her. Because we're supposed to be fishers of men. You read that in Jeremiah 16. The way you fish your sister is be a standard, pull her to school, see how she responds. When she falls, show her how to get back up. Scripture says, judge not, lest ye be judged. People think that judgment means you can't check me. It's only God judge me. No. To judge a person means I can't look at you, I can't quit on you mentally. That's what judgment is. I can't quit on you. I'm not going to quit on you. You know what? But that doesn't mean also that I keep giving to somebody who don't appreciate the word. What it means is I'm going to take a step back. When you're ready, I'll be there. When you're not, you're going to be that leprous cat out there in the woods. That leprous, I'm going to go on to a class about that one day or another. How that leprosy angle is really a metaphor about Israel that don't want to change.
Yeah. You're part of the camp. You're
no, you're not. You're on the outside.
You're Israel.
But when you're ready, listen, there's certain Israelites that the priest couldn't fix. There's certain Israelites that all the counsel in the world just can't fix. So what do? Do you hate them? No. Listen, that person has to be on their own until they're ready to decide that they want help. Or they're ready to be helped. And when they are, I'm here for you wherever you need. But when you're not, you have to be out there. And I'm going to love you from a distance. That's what Jacob was. I'm going to love you from a distance. I'm going to pray for him. And that's the truth. I'll pray that you're ready to make the change. And you're sincere about change. And when you're sincere about change, come back with us. You'll get the best brother in the world when you're ready to change. That concept during the time of Israel, it holds true now. I can counsel and plead and beg and give scriptures all damn day long. It ain't guaranteeing that you're going to respond to it. And that means, hey, and then what happens, I can keep pushing and pushing, and then you're gonna hate me. There's gonna be beef. Let me back off. Give this person some space. When they're ready and they understand, you will get the best brother in the world when you come back. And that's how we have to function with Israel also, who has made it evidently clear that this ain't for them right now. It don't, like you said earlier, it don't mean it ain't for them later. But what Israel does, we hold grudges. And the grudges is the judgment. This person will never change. Because if I have the mindset that they'll never change, I'll lose the ability to see that they're making small incremental changes. Because as Israelites, I have to be able to see, okay, this person's trying to consider. This person's thinking before they're speaking. They're considering this. I got to be looking for that. I can't have a judgmental mindset and still see and look for good elements there. That's how we're supposed to function. That is the opposite of judgment. I can look to see good. Whenever you come around, do I see that you're trying to make changes? Cool, let me work with you. And that's how we maintain love, but not be some pushover church either. Because that's not what it's supposed to be. There's some damn. I never forget there was an interlude with Ice Cube, one of his albums out, and Ice Cube was walking and saw this Christian guy. And he says, "Yeah, man, I believe in Jesus Christ." And he says, "Cool, man." He says, "So if I took your car right now, if I took your car right now, because he was West Coast, his car right now. So if Christ give me another one, Christ give me a new one. Cool." He just took. He drove off, took the car. We're not some chumps like that. We're not some church chumps. We're not church chumps, but you know what? We understand mercy and forgiveness, and we have an obligation to look for the good in you. And that keeps everything in balance. If you want to act like a leper or a nigga, you can be out here in the woods with them niggas. Be out there exposed alone. When you want to get right and there's sincerity in your heart, we will be here to walk you through all the steps. Okay. Just like the Most High did the leprous person. And as we know from reading about leprosy, it had nothing to do with the skin. The skin ailments show the reflection of the negativity in the person. And there was an obvious negative that was so bad, the Most High just wouldn't tolerate it. Think about where we're going to read later on about Miriam having beef with Moses, and the negativity was so bad he had to make her leprous. Her hatred and disgust for Moses was so bad he had to make her leprous. What type of filth was in her spirit and how she looked at him? Because once she was leprous, she couldn't be around the camp. She had to go in the woods alone. That's a scary premise. You in the back of the bus walking with all these damn nations? You walking with the nations now. Because your outlook is just like them. Mm-hmm. Anyway, we kind of went off on a tangent a little bit, but I think we got some information. But our job is to fill in those gaps of our people, whether they like it or not. The hope is to teach Israel not to function in this condemning mindset. To get out of your head. And he's also showing the spirit of condemnation is pride. Because I'm in my head. And I'm more focused on how I look than change itself. All right. So let's get back into Numbers chapter 11. God, that's right. Okay, what you got? You was on Numbers what?
I was in Ezekiel.
Oh, did you finish Ezekiel? Did you finish at 13 and 5?
Yeah.
That was all I wanted. It was from 1 to 5. Thank you, sir. Okay, let's get Numbers 11 again. And where are we at?
9.
We were at 9. Let's read 9 again. Yeah.
Numbers chapter 11 and verse 9. And when the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. Mm-hmm. Then Moses heard the people weep throughout their families.
It's crazy, man.
Every man in the door of his tent, And the anger of the Most High was kindled greatly.
I gotta yell that out. The men were crying little babies. If the men were crying, it's just showing you, man, they're supposed to be head of their family. The whole family was falling apart because they just couldn't get what they want in life. He said the Most High was pissed because they was crying. And it just shows you that discontent, that unhappiness about your condition. The Most High can't stand it when you're unhappy in what you're going through. He wants a cheerful giver. He wants a person to accept their condition and give for the right reasons. Walk around here moping and unhappy and sad. It means, you know what you're saying? It's a reflection of your disgust for the Most High and your unhappiness with the Most High. That's why he was so pissed. Yeah, they might have been directly attacking Moses, but the Most High knew they had an issue with the Most High. They were pissed at the Most High, and the Most High knew it. And nothing that the Most High did was changing how they looked at him. He sat back and shot fire from heaven. They still crying and upset. One in Egypt. They trusted in the shadow of Egypt. No correction. It's like how a parent gets when you whip your kid's ass and he still don't change. That's a very frightening thing to think about. I gave him the best I got, and this nigga's still tripping. And the next day, he's still screwing up. Like, what the hell do I do? I gotta kill him to get him to change? This is what the Most High is realizing. I corrected them, I've given them everything, and they still don't appreciate it. They're still unhappy with what I've given them. And for a parent, it's a very disturbing feeling to check and correct, and nothing that you do, you do positive reinforcement, you do negative reinforcement, you talk, you do all the things you need to try to reach out to them, and they're like this. I want what I want. And then he's like, damn, does this person got to fall then? Do I have to just let this cat fall before he realizes what I'm doing was love? And that sucks. That hurts. That it's got to get to that point.
Yeah, you want to save them from it,
but you can't. And that hurts. Then the idea that they got to be out here in Leprostown listen, you're dealing with the coyotes out. The animals ain't going into the light out. Listen, that fire was in the middle of the tabernacle. The further you get out, it's dark as hell out. You got to deal with them scavengers, those beasts. You out here on your own. They're not. I'm telling you, that tabernacle, that scene is really symbolic to us. And you don't want your son out there. You don't want your daughter out here to be exposed out there. But they're choosing. You do everything you can, and they're choosing that way. And this is where the Most High is at, right? He's angry. He's displeased. He's pissed. He's hurt. It's all these things.
Really? Even with Job, he tells him, gird up thy loins like a man.
Yeah.
And that was something that he wasn't doing negative, but he was going through a test like, I don't want to hear that complaint. I don't get up.
But the crazy thing is, but once again, Job was a listener.
Mm-hmm.
He eschewed evil. He was great.
But that's how serious he takes.
But you can't. The crazy thing is, you can't get to a person who is condemned in the mind, who condemns himself in the mind. A person that if you try to correct him, I know I want shit. Well, that's not the point of me telling you to change. I'm checking you. I knew I want shit. I ain't shit. I knew it. So you telling me I ain't shit? I ain't shit. I'm gonna go do more self-destructive shit. What are you talking about? I'm telling you to stop, so you stop being self-destructive. There's a scripture in Ecclesiastes about, I guess, I think it's in Ecclesiastes 10. Gosh dang it, I think it's 10. I hope. No, it's not 10. It's I'm not gonna be able to get it. It talks about not condemning yourself in counsel. Damn it. I knew I got it in my head, but I can't. I don't know. Not 7 either. And it talks about bless the person that doesn't condemn himself in his own head. It might not be the word condemn, but it's talking about condemnation in your own head. Because if I'm sitting back here and I beat myself up, I'm already defeated. I can't even receive the good that's coming in my life because I can't get past how everything that's brought to me is more evidence that I'm not good enough. Because that's where a lot of people take counsel. If I already tell myself I'm not good enough, and people are bringing counsel and correction to help me, and I can't get past that correction makes me feel a certain way, you'll never get solved. Your issues will never get solved.
Is it 14 and 2?
Maybe. Yes, that's it. Money. The water says Ecclesiastes 14 and 2. Perfect. I knew it was on the left page. I just couldn't find. I was a little off. Cool. 14 and 2.
Ecclesiastes chapter 14 and verse 2. Blessed is he whose conscience has not condemned him, and who is not fallen from his hope in the Lord.
Because when my mind, when I sit back here and I stop being able to take criticism positively, I'm in trouble. If I can't receive correction, healthy correction as a positive thing, then I'm never going to be able to grow. I've lost my hope in the Lord because my relationship with the Lord is completely predicated off receiving correction and be able to take correction the right way as if it's a good thing. But if my conscience condemns me and I'm telling myself I'm not good enough, I'm unhappy, I feel bad when I'm being corrected. So many of our people are so low mentally in self-esteem and confidence that as soon as correction comes up, we're bracing ourselves, we're backing people off, we're angry, we don't want to face criticism, we hate looking at ourselves and seeing our flaws. You losing hope in the Lord if I can't open myself up to scrutiny. We have to embrace criticism because that's my only way to build a relationship with the Most High. And if I've condemned myself in my own conscience, I've cut off my connection to the Heavenly Father. My way out of my problems is through receiving the correction. Yeah.
And that condemning will make you go further left.
Exactly, because you can't go. There's no way forward. Because now I'm gonna keep going further left because I have the solution to get me out of the condemning. I don't receive it because I don't want to take the correction. So I can't go forward. So I keep going backwards, and I lose more and more traction, and I lose hope.
Then it's like you said, if I got it in my mind I ain't shit, then what's the use of trying?
Let me do drugs. Let me sit back and go real left, deep left. But it's based upon losing the willingness to allow somebody to correct me and teach me. I have to embrace correction. I have to embrace on the most side taking my mind a certain direction. But once again, I'm going to feel bad on both ends. That's what people don't understand. I'm going to feel uncomfortable dealing with correction, or I'm going to feel bad being shown that I got to change. So I'd rather feel uncomfortable and change than feeling uncomfortable and I'm still not changing and I'm unhappy. The discomfort goes both ways. So let me embrace discomfort and correction more than just being okay with not growing and still being sad and unfulfilled in my life. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Okay, let's let that go. Throw out for the scripture says. Let's go back to Numbers 11 and then with them crying ass men at the tent. 11 and 10.
Numbers chapter 11 and verse 10. Then Moses heard the people weep throughout their families, every man in the door of his tent, and the anger of the Most High was kindled greatly. Moses also was displeased. And Moses said unto the Most High, Wherefore hast thou afflicted thy servant? And wherefore have I not found favor in thy sight? And thou layest the burden of all this people upon me.
He's like, man, all these people want to kill me. They're unhappy. Man, this is a tough gig, Father. Read on.
Have I conceived all this people? Have I begotten them? That thou shouldest say unto me, Carry them in thy bosom, as a nursing father beareth the suckling child, unto the land which thou swearest unto their fathers.
What he's saying is, he said, listen, what have I done to deserve carrying this burden? I didn't conceive all these people, but I got to carry them like I did. Read on.
Whence should I have flesh to give unto all this people?
It's not enough for me to be there for them. Read on.
For they weep unto me, saying, give us flesh, that we may eat. I am not able to bear all this people alone, because it is too heavy for me. And if thou dealt thus with me, kill me, I pray thee, out of hand, if I have found favor in thy sight, and let me not see my wretchedness.
Mm-hmm.
And the Most High said unto Moses, gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom thou knowest to be the elders of the people, and officers over them, and bring them unto the tabernacle of the congregation.
He already had elders of the people. He already had 70 elders back in Sinai. So those leaders that he initially had got burnt up with the mixed multitude. So now Mosiah is saying, go ahead and pick out some more people that are about trying to change and lead the people. Because what is Moses saying right here? This job is too much. They're all coming at me. This whole thing is collapsing and falling down. I can't do it all. Moses, okay, get 70 elders that can sit back here and set the people straight, that are more inclined to think like you than the last bunch of 70 elders that just followed suit with this group. Mosiah is trying to help Moses get through the managing of the millions of people that were out there in the wilderness. So Moses is going to have to choose some more elders. Read on.
That they may stand there with thee. And I will come down and take with thee there, and I will take of the Spirit which is upon thee, and put it upon them. And they shall bear the burden of the people with thee, and thou shalt bear it not thyself alone.
He says, and I will take of the Spirit which is upon thee, and will put it in them. Meaning, I'm going to sit back here and make these elders more like-minded like me. So they can be in the same mindset, so they can deal with these people with you. Because these numbers are too great. And it's too much for one person to handle. But he already wiped out 70 elders amongst all these other people that were going anti-Moses just in verse 1. Read on.
And say thou unto the people, sanctify yourselves against tomorrow, and ye shall eat flesh. For ye have wept in the ears of the Most High, saying, who shall give us flesh to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. Therefore the Most High will give you flesh, and ye shall eat.
So he says, man, get yourself ready, cleanse yourself, because I'm going to give you some damn meat. You want meat, I'm going to give you some damn meat. This is ridiculous. Read on.
Ye shall not eat 1 day, nor 2 days, nor 5 days, neither 10 days, nor 20 days, but even a whole month, until it come out of your nostrils, and it be loathsome unto you, because that ye have despised the Most High, which is among you, and have wept before him, saying, why came we forth out of Egypt?
So because you want to complain about the past, I'm going to sit back here and give you damn quail on deck. You're going to have meat on deck to where it's going to be too much for you to eat. Read on.
And Moses said, the people among whom I am are 600,000 footmen. And thou hast said, it will give them flesh, that they may eat a whole month.
Mm-hmm.
Shall the flocks and the herds be slain for them, to suffice them? Or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them, to suffice them? And the Most High said unto Moses, is the Most High's hand waxed short?
So Moses, like, how are we going to get enough meat to take care of 600 footmen? 600 men, just in general. How are we going to have enough to do this? It ain't talking about the mixed multitude. Well, he wiped out a lot of the mixed multitude just now. But he said, how are we going to sit back and supply enough to cover this number? So or is it going to be fish? You going to gather all the fish from the sea and bring them up here? How is it going to get done? So the Most High is like, is the Most High's hand waxing short? Read on.
Thou shalt see now whether my word shall come to pass unto thee or not.
So Moses was losing faith too. How are we going to get this meat? Where's this meat coming from? Now, he wasn't asking for the meat for himself. Listen, keep these damn jackals happy.
Shut them up. Yeah.
Keep these damn jackals quiet. Read on.
And Moses went out and told the people the words of the Most High, and gathered the 70 men of the elders of the people, and set them around about the tabernacle.
So he gathered 70 men that were going to sit back here and take this word more serious than the others. Read on.
And the Lord came down in a cloud, and spake unto him, and took of the Spirit that was upon him, and gave it unto the 70 elders. And it came to pass, that when the Spirit rested upon them, they prophesied, and did not cease.
So when the chariot came down, he took some of the virtue that Moses had and gave it to those 70, and those 70 elders was teaching and prophesying, and didn't stop doing it. Read on.
But there remained 2 of the men in the camp. The name of the one was Eldad, and the name of the other Medad. And the Spirit rested upon them, and they were of them that were written, but went not out onto the tabernacle, and they prophesied in the camp.
Eldad and Medad were 2 of that 70 that was left. There were 2 of the original elders that had been maintained from that 70 that died. So the Most High took 68 men and killed those elders and kept the 2, Medad and Eldad, and they were the Spirit rested on them also. Okay, read on.
And there ran a young man and told Moses and said, Eldad and Medad do prophesy in the camp.
So once again, what the scripture is saying is that the tabernacle, the chariot allowed those 70 new elders to be able to prophesy and talk the scripture, talk the Most High. The Most High allowed Eldad and Medad to prophesy also. They were 2 of the original 70 elders that got murked. Most High spared those 2 guys. Read on. So now they're saying word came to Joshua that Medad and Eldad are prophesying. Read on.
And Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of Moses, one of his young men, answered and said, My Lord Moses, forbid them.
So Joshua was like, man, listen, them 2 dudes was part of that first crew. They can't be prophesying. Read on.
And Moses said unto him, Enviest thou for my sake with the Most High that all the Lord's people were prophets, and that the Most High would put his Spirit upon them?
Mm-hmm. It would be good if the Most High had all these people prophesying. You know, the Most High is like, the more help I got, the better. I'm not tripping on Medad and Eldad. If the Most High get in the spirit of prophecy, cool, let him prophesy. Read on.
And Moses gat him into the camp, and he and the elders of Israel. And there went forth a wind from the Most High, and brought quails from the sea, and let them fall by the camp, as it were a day's journey on this side, and as it were a day's journey on the other side, round about the camp, and as it were 2 cubits high upon the face of the earth.
I don't know how long a cubit is, how high it is, but the whole camp was full of damn quails. Okay, read on.
And the people stood up all that day, and all that night, and all the next day, and they gathered the quails. He that gathered least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them all abroad for themselves round about the camp. And while the flesh was yet between their teeth.
So as they were smacking on this quail, read on, right in mid smack, they sopping on that meat. They cooked it, they prepped it, they was happy as hell. Read on.
Ere it was chewed, the wrath of the Most High kindled against the people, and the Most High smote the people with a very great plague.
So as soon as they was chewing and smacking their lips on quail, the Most High was making them sick from that damn quail. Immediately when they was in mid-chew, he was sending the damn plague. This is what you want? Now I'm going to bust you up with this damn thing that you want. What he's showing you is the things that we want, if it's not done decently and in order, the blessings that we're looking for can end up being a curse also. This quail was what was the object of affection. We wanted the quail more than the Most High, so he gave you over to your heart's desire, and your heart's desire ended up destroying you. Just like in this situation. He gave us the quail made us sick. Read on.
And he called the name of the place Kibroth Hattaavah, because there they buried the people that lusted.
Listen, everybody had the quail. But whatever the Most High was able to do, he's able to look in between a person's heart, man. So the people that were the most negative and the most anti, they were the ones that were dying after the consumption of the meat. It was some type of damn meat disease, obviously. No, listen, I've heard different theories about the meat exploding in their mouth. You know what?Maybe. I can't say for sure because, like I said earlier, there's different information kind of outside of the perimeter of the scriptures that are possible realities. But whether it exploded in their mouth, whether they just got a plague and a sickness, it doesn't explain the plague. All it says is that they was dying. The ones that were the most negative were dying from the damn food that they were eating. So once again, whatever is in their heart, we have to make sure. Listen, none of us are perfect. None of us are perfect individuals, but we all have an obligation to try to fight to constrain our emotions and our temper. Everybody that the Most High was whacking, he was whacking people, were extreme in their reactions and responses. Overly angry. I want to kill Moses. I'm crying. I uncontrollable crying. He's like, get yourself together, man. Control yourself. Another example was like during the time of Joshua, when Joshua worked out the men vigorously. He's like, man, listen, the guys that was sitting back here and drinking like it was the last day on earth and losing control, he says, these guys have no discipline. They have no self-control about them. Whatever you do, fight to maintain your control and your dignity. Stop having these highs and these extreme highs and extreme lows. Function with some composure and some discipline about yourself. You got a better chance of not getting smoked by the Most High when you operate with some damn common sense and some self-control. You can bet millions of bucks that the cat that was crying, I want to eat you. I want that fish. I want that fish and cucumbers. Them dudes that was turning up, those are the ones that was eating the damn quail and dying. The extreme overboard cats. You can just see it. Be controlled. Damn, man, Israel be tripping, huh? For example, I remember it was during the time when Saul had told everybody not to eat before going to war. We went to war, yada yada yada. Jonathan didn't know that the vow was established. He ate some honey, but that's not the thing. It was after they won, the people were eating the meat before it got cooked out. We were eating them. We were so damn overboard. You can't even say you were that hungry. People were so into our flesh, it was eating the meat raw. Because that's our people. Overindulgent, extreme, gotta have things our way when we want it, and we don't have it when we want it, we can't wait. We don't have temperance and patience. We're extreme. If my husband don't come home when I want him, what do? I flip out. I panic out. I stress out. I get overboard. When I don't get what I want, I flip. I trip. It's the same spirit as these people were tripping when they couldn't get water and meat when they wanted to. If I can't get what I want, I throw a fit. I pout. I get angry. I start throwing tantrums. That spirit got to get mixed in us if we want the Most High on our side. Continue. Let's go.
Verse 35. And the people journeyed from Kibroth Hattaavah unto Hazeroth and abode at Hazeroth. Chapter 12, verse 1. And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman.
Hold on. Okay, where we at?
Chapter 12, verse 1.
Oh, we're at 12? Damn. Okay. Okay, you're right. I turned it for a different reason. Okay, read verse 12 again. Chapter 12 again.
Numbers chapter 12 and verse 1. And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married.
You know what's crazy? He been married to the damn Ethiopian woman.
God.
Listen, when they was in Sinai chilling, he already had the Ethiopian. He had an Ethiopian a long time ago, years ago.
Before he left Egypt.
Before he left Egypt. Now you want to talk about that now? What it shows you is when the times get rough, you want to start picking apart the leadership on every level. I don't want to sit back and take accountability from me. I want to point the finger. What does him choosing some Hamite got to do with your wicked acts? It's the truth. And we in the middle of the goddamn desert. So me choosing an Ethiopian 10 years ago is why we struggling now? Come on, son. But that's what Israel does. We got to sit back here and throw as much dirt as possible to take away from the fact that I'm disconnected from the Most High. That makes no sense. And Aaron was there too, gossiping, eating pop. You right, girl. He is tripping. I don't know why I told him not to do it. Listen, Aaron is tripping, bro. He's letting cats do calves. God. Okay, man. God. Just bring the calf. Bring your gold up, kinfolk. Then he tells Moses, I never forget, they gave me gold and there was a calf. I don't know. like there's a stick figure calf that came out of the fourth dimension. Man, you made arm muscles. You made hook prints. You sat back here and crafted this day. You ain't gonna tell me it was just some Play-Doh calf. Like it was like this. We just merged all this gold together. Man, you put work in that, son.
Detail.
You put detail. You got belly muscles. You got belly angles. You carved that, man. Lying ass. Excuse my friend. That was lying. He was lying. Well, I don't know what's going on with Aaron. Now, he's sitting back here doing that. He's sitting back here co-signing with Miriam. I'm like, what are you doing, G?
He had some negative in him, Mike.
Yes, he had some negative in him, Mike.
It's just one of them situations. I'm the oldest sibling, so I know better type. We're older than you, so we know better.
Don't tell me it's a Frodo spirit. A Fredo spirit. That's what I'm smart. I'm a leader. I hope not, bro. It's horrible, man. Maybe so, man. I'm talking about Godfather for y'all who don't know who Fredo is.
But you know what else this shows you too? How on point Moses was.
Yes.
And how much pressure he had on him to be on point. Because even with us, for our leaders and elders and wives, if you got husbands, you can't see the Most High.
Nope.
But you see that man in front of you every day.
Yep.
So if he's flawed, then you're going to use his flaws
against
him just so you don't have to get right.
And that was what Paul was saying. He said, listen, the one thing that Paul gloried in, and he said it in countless chapters, is that his example didn't get in the way of their relationship with Christ. He said that's the only thing that he was proud about, was that his decisions and his conduct didn't make another person's experience with Christ sour. Because that is the challenge. The challenge is to sit back here and people not see my issues and see, that's why I'm not serving Christ. I'm not serving Christ because what you did 5 years ago. I'm not going to serve Christ because you told me this statement. You made me feel a certain way, so I'm out. It is such a battle to please the unpleasable. Because there's nothing, listen, Moses chose an Ethiopian woman. And for that reason, that was it. That was it. There was nothing he's doing good.
They had to dig that deep.
They had to dig that deep, though. That's digging real deep. If the Most High winked at it X amount of years ago, why aren't you? And the crazy thing is, he didn't even have his family there.
God.
Probably for that reason. Probably for that damn reason. Because there are some gay, sad-ass niggas. See, she Ethiopian? Why she in the tabernacle, Moses? Why is she with you, Moses? She ain't a Jew, Moses. You know that's why he did it, eh? Because they was going to sit back here and throw dirt if they had her there anyway. But then if she's not there, where's your wife, Moses? You sitting back here having her out there, another man gonna raise him, Moses? It's a lose-lose situation. But that's leadership. That's leadership. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. But that's crazy, man. That's crazy. So listen, so what it's showing you also, the spirit of the camp at the time, everybody was questioning Moses' leadership. And it started from the top down. The man right up under him was questioning. There was mutiny everywhere, but your top guy, the guy that's supposed to support you and back you, is whispering behind your back.
Your brother.
Oh,
Your blood brother.
Man, your blood brother. The guy that this was crazy. It's only you, Aaron, and his sons on the east wing of the inside of the tabernacle. It was just Moses and Aaron and Eleazar and Ithamar. Just 4 guys on the east of sleeping and camping in the tabernacle. And this guy that's laying with you, around you every day, is sizing you up. What it shows is how paranoid. The spirit of paranoia could have easily jumped on Moses. Not trusting nobody. Everybody's out to get me, son. They all out to get me. Listen, I can't trust nobody. You know, it's easy to be in that spirit, to size everybody up, not trust nobody. Oh man, it's crazy. It's crazy what a person would go through when even Aaron is looking at you sideways. So Aaron and Moses gossiping about him and this Ethiopian chick that he dealt with X amount of years ago. Read on.
Verse 2. And they said, hath the Most High indeed spoken only by Moses? Hath he not spoken also by us?
Oh man, now it's not just about the Ethiopian woman. It's like the spirit is just with Moses. Spirit, I got some wisdom too. It is that Fredo stuff. I'm smart too. Yeah. I got abilities. Yeah. But see, it was with Aaron. It was with Dathan and Korah. It was with all those guys that were sizing him up, and they took that meekness for weakness up. They took that kindness for weakness. When you're sitting back here, turning the other cheek, being patient, being merciful, if you would have acted like a king, you would have got more respect. Yeah. If you would have sat back here and started sitting back here and ordering hits on people, then everybody would have been in order. But him sitting back here and be merciful and praying to the Most High to give him a chance, everybody thought that was weakness in Moses. Then once that starts to happen, oh man, he ain't no leader, man. He ain't strong. He's weak. I see weakness in him. If I see weakness in him, then shit, I could be a leader. What makes him better than me? Anyway, read on.
And the Most High heard it.
Hell yeah, the Most High heard it, and he's going to defend him. Read on.
Now the man Moses was very meek, above all the men which were upon the face of the earth.
Because in order to deal with that mob, you had to be. If you weren't meek, he would have got killed by the mob. Read on.
And the Most High spake.
And don't forget meekness. The definition of meekness is to endure injury without resentment. So he had the innate ability to sit back here knowing that Aaron was talking shit, to let it go and forgive him. The people all talking about him he let it go, forgave him, and was able to look at them in a pure light the next time. That is a gift. That is a pure gift. Read on.
That's why the Most High says it's a right thing with the Most High to recompense those that trouble you.
Mm-hmm.
The Most High is going to handle that.
It's the Most High. Listen, it even says that in Zephaniah, where it says, wait upon him. He's got to do the correct, not us. Read on.
And the Most High spake suddenly unto Moses, and unto Aaron, and unto Miriam, come out ye 3 unto the tabernacle of the congregation. And they 3 came out. And the Most High came down in the pillar of the cloud, and stood in the door of the tabernacle, and called Aaron and Miriam, and they both came forth.
You know they was shaking boots. Said, get your ass up here. We gotta talk. Oh man, at the damn chariot, the damn cloud and the damn door opens, and he says, "Get in here." Okay, read on.
And he said.
So he said, "Get into the door of the tabernacle." So don't forget, like I'm gonna paint the picture again. The clouds on top of the tabernacle. The Most High ordered Moses, Aaron, and Miriam to go into the tabernacle, go inside the tabernacle, the holy place. Right? Read on.
And the Most High said, "Hear now my words."
Now, more than likely, he told him to go in the actually Holy of Holies, because the Most High stands in the mercy seat, right? So he told all three of them to get in that damn mercy so he could talk to him. Read on.
"If there be a prophet among you, I, the Most High, will make myself known unto him in a vision, and will speak unto him in a dream. My servant Moses is not so, who is faithful in all my house."
Oh, man. Why do you think he has to talk to him like this? For the sake of uniform. There's got to be a unity between Moses and Aaron, or the whole group will collapse. Don't forget, when later on Moses took Dathan and Korah out, remember what happened after that? And he sat back and said everybody, Dathan and Korah on one side, and everybody else with Moses on the side. After he killed them, Moses was like, cool, we got these negative niggas out the way. These negative cats are done. People forget that when after that happened, people were sad for Dathan and Korah. They felt bad for him. Oh man, Moses took out a good man. They were good people. They were done wrong. This is how they made these niggas martyrs. But what the Most High was trying to do with Aaron, listen, man, for the sake of solidarity, y'all two got to come together, man. I'm working with Moses. He's the guy I'm dealing with. He's the point man. If I want to emerge somebody else, I will emerge him and you'll see it. Stop questioning him. Lock into the point man. Read on.
Verse 7. My servant Moses is not so, who is faithful in all my house.
Mm-hmm.
With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark speeches.
I'm not going to sit back and give him some Yoda answers. He's like, wisdom thou must have. He said, no, I'm going to tell him straight up what I want. It's not going to be no dark sentences. I'm coming straight up with him. I'm working with him. Read on.
And the similitude of the Most High shall he behold.
Mm-hmm.
Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against my servant Moses?
So why weren't you afraid? Why were you so confident in talking crap behind my servant's back? Why were you doing that? What is also shown is that he had to sit back here and bring out this negative in front of Moses. One, to defend him, but also for Moses to see that even Aaron and Miriam would trip. His family's blood. Keep going.
And the angel of the Most High was kindled against them, and he departed. And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle. And behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous.
He was like, damn, my sister is now leprous. And that leprosy showed what? This woman was thinking and functioning negative. Her outlook was sick. Now, you know what it shows? The pattern of Aaron shows that he follows the strongest influence around him. Obviously, the negativity initiated from Miriam, and he co-signed it. Just like when the Jews were putting pressure on him to get a calf, he buckled to the pressure. He was highly influenced. When he was around Moses, he was strong. Yeah. When he was around other influences, he'd bend to the pressure. And that's why the Most High didn't. Most High knew that about Aaron. Though that was his limits. Yeah. He was going to only be as strong as the strongest person he was around. And there's a lot of people like that. Yeah. And that's just what it is. When I'm around strength, I'm going to be strong. When I'm around weakness, I'm going to be weak. This is why Miriam got smoked and not Aaron. So Miriam had to sit back and change. And well, it was just exposed that she was leprous at this point. Read on.
And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech thee, lay not the sin upon us.
Because it's a sin to be leprous. Because the leprosy of the skin symbolized the negativity in the spirit. And the negativity was so strong that the rest of the nation needed to know that this was a person not to surround yourself with. That was why you had to look different and you had to be away from everybody, because that influence that negative influence that was in that person was too much to keep around the camp because it was toxic and it would feed off everybody else. So continue with Aaron.
Wherein we have done foolishly, and wherein we have sinned. Let her not be as one dead, of when the flesh is half consumed, when he cometh out of the mother's womb.
So this verse 12 is explaining how leprosy is like Esau was when he came out of the mother's womb, when his skin was like it was half dead. So leprosy is having no pigmentation, which means your blood is showing forth through your skin, which means it's actually red. Okay?
And I'm tripping on verse 11. He said, and Aaron said unto Moses, at last, my Lord, you was just talking about me 5 minutes ago, but now I'm your Lord.
Exactly. Yeah, listen. Now, oh Lord. Come on, bro. You know, that's the kind of stuff that's hard to kind of just let go and let water run under the bridge. We cool now, but you was talking crap before. Well, you was at least fueling the fire. You was co-signing the negative. It's lame, bro. It's lame as hell. But continue.
Verse 13. And Moses cried unto the Most High, saying, heal her now, O Yahweh, I beseech thee. And the Most High said unto Moses, if her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut out from the camp 7 days, and after that, let her be received in again.
Most High, listen, man, there's got to be some kind of damn repercussion for her conduct. Stop being the nice guy. That's what he's saying. Listen, man, if her father spit in her face, she would have to sit back and be ashamed 7 days. If her conduct was so bad that her dad had to spit in her face, there had to be a consequence to that. Why in the hell does she get away with not dealing with consequences? He's like, Moses, stop being this guy, bro. She needs to feel it. Now, the truth is, Moses later on started realizing this, but at this point, he just wanted to forgive everybody. He said, listen, man, she deserves to get stung at least for 7 days so she can be remorseful for her conduct. Because if you heal her now, she's going to talk crap tomorrow. Read on.
Verse 15. And Miriam was shut out from the camp 7 days.
Hell yeah. She had to stay out in them woods, get that wet solo tent with that lantern, and had to figure it out. And take this time to think about her conduct and her action. What the Most High is showing here is there's consequences for your conduct. You can't just say what you want, do what you want. Yes, I'm going to forgive you, but you still got to feel it. There is a punishment for wrongdoing. I know it's cold, but this light's hot, man. I know everybody's like this. I can see a little shivering and a little pacing, a little movement of the feet. I'm like, but it's hot, man. I mean, this vest is hot. This damn light's hot. Okay, go to 73, man. It's cool, man.
I had to step out for a minute, bro.
That's what I'm saying. You know what's crazy? Earlier, before everybody got here, it was hot. I was hot. Now it's cooled off. Just listen. Listen, if y'all want, just turn to 73 whenever y'all want. This something going on higher than 73. 73, just for your brother's sake, man. Because I'm telling you, it isn't, man. I guess when you're in a room for 4 hours, huh?
Are you a personal fan?
Well, I have it at home. When I go to sleep, I gotta have a fan on.
No, we're gonna get you one for here.
Bet. Listen, if you can do a personal fan, as long as it's not like the loud one.
I was gonna say, we're gonna try to make sure it doesn't pick up in the mic, but we're gonna get you a fan.
Please do. If y'all do that, y'all can do whatever the hell y'all want to with that AC. I'm straight. But I just can't be out here sweating. It's hard, man. It's hard. But anyway, I got it. And I'm like, damn, they're cold, ain't they? I'm like, it sure is cold. My father, I didn't even see. He got makeshift gloves on right here. He bringing the coat up. I'm like, damn, for real. Am I the only cat that like needs cool air to function? Damn. Salakia, y'all. My fault. That's on me. That's all on me. Back to Miriam, y'all. Before this iceberg hit the classroom. It's just showing that Miriam, the Most High was like, listen, he's going to forgive Miriam, but there was consequence to her actions, and she had to change before she was accepted back to the camp. So 7 days went in, and she came back. Okay, read verse 15. Read that part again.
Verse 15. And Miriam was shut out from the camp 7 days, and the people journeyed not till Miriam was brought in again.
So they, listen, but even with that, the Most High was merciful. Okay? He didn't sit back and just have them all walk. She was all alone, one woman. They kept an eye on her, but she still had to feel the consequences for her actions. So there's still even mercy in the fire and correction. And I want us to all know that. Even when the Most High is stinging us, he could have made it worse. He could have made Miriam be out there alone in Hazareth while they were already in the wilderness of Paran. He stung her, but the Most High stings us in measure. He corrects us in measure, just based off of our conduct, our actions, and where we're at spiritually. He's not just this unmerciful corrector of people. So continue.
And afterward the people removed from Hazarah and pitched in the wilderness of Paran.
And pitched in the wilderness of Paran. And okay, that is the end of the reading. Wow, already. It went damn near 5 hours, man. I didn't realize that. We're gonna sit back here and do our prayers right now. Are there any questions? We've kind of gone over how we normally do it, but I'm cool. It was good. Any questions online? Any questions in class? All right. Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim. That was good. Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahshai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah Allah
Send Micah
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yashala. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Hathawara. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Awar. Lara'ah. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Ha'ayah. Kwara. La Ha'ayim. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people. Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashak. Yashala. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning. And thy faithfulness. Every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp. with the solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither the fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire on mine enemies. And my ears shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing. To show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. Ba'ashem Yahushai. Psalms 133. Shayar, Hama'ayawa, Ladawad, Hanam, Ma, Tawab, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Hashaman, Hatawab, Ayo, Hara'ash, Yarad, Ayo, Hasakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Ayo, Payah, Madawath Katal, Karamwan, Shayarad, Ayo, Haroria, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, I, Ha'olam, Ba'ashem Yahushai. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Rakhanel, Ba'ashralim, Rabiat, Sepoyah, turn. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Rakhanel, Ba'ashralim, Rabiat, Sepoyah, turn. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Rakhanel, Ba'ashralim, Rabiat, Sepoyah, turn. Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahushai, Rakhanel, Ba'ashralim, Rabiat, Sepoyah. Rakathay Yahweh, Rakathay Yahushai, Rakathay Yahushai, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all mercy, all patience, all power is from Yahweh, all power is from Yahweh, all power is from Yahweh. Ba'ashem, Yahushai, the water, Yah, Aman. Somebody call?
Starting out in the heavenly order, Yahweh, Wa Yahushai, Wa Kal Yasha'Allah, men of Israel, Amajim, Yahweh.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai Rakathom.
Kwam Yashallah. You have no time? Turn and face sisters. Starting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amajim, Barak.
Yahweh Shema Alathem Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Shema Alathem Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Yashmatam. Dismissed. For Shalom Israel, the water for tuning in. See y'all on Monday.